Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if abandoned Deku became Master Swordsman, Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Lone Swordsman, Deku by Digital Nonsense. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The sound of children running through the halls could be heard on a Sunday morning. Asumi. Mommy, Daddy, I wanna know my quirk. Wake up. Izuku. Me too. Asumi. Me first. Izuku. You always get to go first. Asumi. 'Cause I'm the best. Inko. Okay. We're up. Toshi. How about we get some breakfast first, kids? Don't want to have an empty stomach for the doctors. Kids. Woohoo, they ran out of their parents' room cheering. Inko. Their combined energy is too much, Toshi. I'm sure as they age they will calm down. Hopefully. Inko. Guess we can only wait, Toshi. Yeah, guess we should go get some breakfast while we still can. They walk out to their children who were fighting with each other. Asumi. Stop being all high and mighty, she pushed Izuku. Izuku. What do you mean? I was just trying to guess our quirks. Asumi. You're making fun of me. You think I'm dumb? Izuku. A little, yeah. Inko. Stop fighting, you two. Izuku, don't make your sister look dumb. Asumi. Haha, Izuku. But I didn't, Toshi. Asumi, don't push Izuku. She just pouted. Inko. Okay, you two, let's get some breakfast. Asumi. Yay, I want pancakes. Izuku. I want cereal. Toshi. Don't worry, we can have both. Asumi huffed later that day at the doctor's office. Doctor, welcome, Yagis, you can sit over here. They sat down on some chairs with Izuku being on Toshi's lap and Asumi on Inko's. Doctor. So here to get some quirks, huh? He said in a joking manner. Kids. Yay, Asumi. Me first, doctor. Okay, if you'd follow me I'd be happy to find out your quirk. Izuku. No fair. She always gets to go first, Toshi. Patience, Izuku. Inko. You'll be next, so don't worry. A surprisingly short while later the doctor comes out with Asumi. Doctor. Okay, Izuku, your turn. Izuku. Yay, Izuku hopped off and ran to the doctor. Inko. So Asumi, what quirk do you have? Asumi. I don't know, the doctor said he'd tell after Izuku was done. She said with a snooty voice. Inko. It's okay, Asumi, yours didn't take too long. But Izuku's did take longer, and Asumi made sure to let her parents know she was bored. Doctor. Sorry it took so long, just had to be sure. Asumi. Please, doc, what's my quirk? I've been waiting so long. Doctor. You have a very unique quirk that allows you to stockpile energy and to convert it into telekinetic energy. Asumi. Hell yes, Toshi. Asumi. We don't say words like that. Asumi. Sorry. Hell yeah, he sighed. Inko. And what about Izuku? Doctor. I'm afraid he doesn't have a quirk. Inko. You mean he's... Doctor. Quirkless, yes. Inko. Oh, Asumi. It's okay, mom, at least I have a strong quirk. Inko. Yes dear, you're right, she said, hugging her Toshi. Alright everyone, let's go home. Though they didn't take notice, Izuku was destroyed mentally. He blindly followed them home and went straight to his room. Inko. Asumi, can I talk to you? Asumi. Yes mom. Inko. I need a favor from you. Asumi groaned. Inko. Come on, I need my strong girl. Asumi. What is it, mommy? Inko. Izuku is quirkless, which means his life is going to be harder, so I need you to protect him. Asumi frowns. Asumi. Why'd I have to protect him? Inko. Because he's useless, and you're his sister. Asumi. Why'd I have to protect someone who's useless? Inko. 'Cause that's what heroes do. Asumi huffed. Asumi. Fine if I have to. Inko. That's my little girl Toshi. Asumi. Look, he pulled out a small box. Asumi. A present, Toshi. I congratulations gift. Asumi took the box and opened it. It was a small metal bracelet that said, I got my quirk. Asumi. Aw, thanks dad. Little did they know Izuku was watching the whole thing. He returned to his room where he started crying into his pillow. Izuku. Mom thinks I'm useless. Dad forgot about me completely, and Asumi doesn't even want to be near me. He continued to cry into the night, forgetting to eat completely. But it's not like anyone reminded him the next morning was a Monday, so Izuku had to get ready for school. He was running a little late, so he didn't get a chance to eat. Asumi. God, are you always so slow, Izuku? Sorry no one woke me. Asumi. Don't make excuses for being useless, Izuku. I'm not useless. Asumi. Shut up, let's just go. They leave their residence to head towards their local elementary school. As any normal day, they were forced to stay outside until school started, no matter the weather. They were graded by their best friend once they arrived. Bakugo. Hey Yagas, what's you quirks? Asumi. I got a super strong stockpile quirk that lets me use telekinesis, and Izuku is quirkless. Bakugo. Oh well, my quirk is still stronger, Asumi. Please, I could whoop your ass. Izuku. Asumi, mom says not to use those words, Asumi. Shut up, useless. Bakugo. Hey, we should call him Deku, means useless. Asumi. Wow, that's actually a great idea, Bakugo. What do you mean, actually? Asumi. Whatever. She turns to Izuku, who is looking at her confused. Asumi. We shall now call you Deku, Izuku. That's mean, Asumi. Asumi. I don't care, Bakugo. Why don't you just leave us alone, Deku? Izuku. But we're friends, Bakugo. Not anymore, now get lost before I make you. He started sparking from his hands. Izuku stumbled backwards in fear. Asumi. God, you're so useless. Just get lost. She picked up a rock and threw it at him. It hit just above his eye. He scrambled to his feet and ran away as blood gushed from his head. Asumi. God, I can't believe I have to protect that. Bakugo. Why don't you protect him at home and we can bully him here? Asumi. Oh, that's good, let's go tell everybody he's quirkless. Bakugo. Then they won't care what we do, Asumi. And everyone will look at us as the ones who are strongest. Bakugo, and we'll be number one. Meanwhile, Izuku was cowering behind a tree trying to stop the blood coming from his head while he cried silently. Izuku. Why did she do that? I could have lost my eye. He was using tissues to hold the blood. The bell could be heard in the distance. Izuku gathered his things and headed inside. Once he got inside, he noticed everyone looking at him with strange face. Once he got to his class, he heard some snickering as he got to his seat. Luckily, Asumi wasn't in his class. He doesn't really want to face her right now. Teacher, hello everyone. Yagi, I heard you were quirkless, is this true? Izuku. Yes, I am. The kids snickering turn more into chuckles. Random kid. Haha, Yagi is useless. The kids all laugh at him. Izuku looks around frantically. Izuku. I am not useless. Bakugo. Of course you are, Deku. He sent an explosion to his side, knocking him off his chair. Izuku whimpers and clutches his new injury. Bakugo. Suck it up, wimp. Izuku looked at the teacher for help only to see him on his phone not paying attention. Bakugo. He's not gonna help you, Deku. He kicked him in his fresh wound, knocking him down farther. He started crying slightly. Bakugo. You're so weak, Deku. Izuku tried to stand up to prove him wrong but was sent flying by a larger explosion. Teacher. Bakugo, don't damage school property. Now sit down, we have a class to get to. He grunted and went back to his own seat. Teacher. Yagi, go clean yourself up. Izuku struggled back to his feet and limped out of the classroom, not bothering to retrieve his things. He cleans his wounds but doesn't know what to do with the burns, really. There were still holes in his uniform, though Izuku decided to call home to see if he could leave school. Izuku. Hey mom, I got hurt at school, can I come home? Inko. I'm sure it's not that bad, Izuku, just suck it up and walk home. She hung up before Izuku could respond. Izuku sighed and returned to class. He entered to find a stack of papers on his desk. He was tripped as he made his way back. He got up and dusted himself off and sits down, not wanting to cause any more trouble. He looked through the papers to find out their 5th grade level homework. He looked confused, so he raised his hand. The teacher sighed. Teacher. What, Izuku? Why is there grade 5 homework on your desk? Teacher. It's your homework, just shut up, I'm tired of your descriptions. Izuku looked down. Izuku. Sorry, he said quietly. Bakugo. Shut up Deku, no one wants to hear it. Izuku just shrunk in his seat. After school he saw Asumi and Bakugo waiting at the entrance. Izuku. Hey Asumi, can you tell mom and dad I went to the library, I got some homework to do. Asumi frowned. Asumi. Tell the yourself Deku. She said, pushing him. Izuku. Why are you guys being so mean to me? Asumi. Shut up Deku. She kicked him. Asumi. I'm so sick of you. Bakugo. You think you're good enough to talk to us? Learn your place. Asumi. I bet you still want to be a hero too. She laughed. Izuku looked away. Bakugo. Holy shit, you do. Asumi. I can't believe I'm related to such an idiot. Bakugo. How about we really teach him a lesson? He said, slammed his fist into his hand. Asumi. Sounds good. They spent the next hour beating Izuku until he was left burnt and bloodied on the ground. Izuku cried to himself as multiple people walked by and did nothing. Izuku. Is this my life now? Until next time, hope someone enjoyed. It's been a few years have now passed. Izuku had been outcasted by his family and anyone else he came in contact with. He grew to hate everyone. He hated his sister who beat him every day. He hated his parents who neglected him and shoved him away. He hated Bakugo, the cause of most of his scars. He hated the town who ignored him even when he's bleeding out in the middle of the street. But Izuku always tried to stay calm, so he took up exercise to help. Along with the fact he needed to be a hero. He'd become really fit cause whenever he was pissed he'd just go work out. So he was very buff for a 10-year-old. Today Head managed to escape Bakugo and Asumi and was currently walking through the woods outside of town. Around a year ago he had found a quiet place he'd meditate at deep in the forest. He arrived at a small pond with a small waterfall and stream and a large rock in the middle of the pond. Izuku dropped his stuff and took off his shirt and shoes, revealing his scarred body. He jumps onto the rock and sits down cross-legged. Izuku. Damn Asumi. Stupid bitch. He sighed. Izuku. Stupid Kachan. Stupid mom. Stupid dad. He screamed as loud as he could. And sighed once more. He sat silently as he started meditating. He sat there for only moments before he was interrupted by an explosion. He was sent back into the shore of the pond. Bakugo. So this is where you've been hiding. He looked at Bakugo and Asumi in fear. Asumi. Wow Deku, you've been working out. Let's see how much that helps. She picks up the rock Head previously been sitting on and dropped it a few feet above him. Izuku was quick to react and jumped to his feet to catch the boulder. He struggled to hold it, but he was able to do it. Bakugo. Don't drop it now. He punched him in the stomach. Izuku hardly flinched as he was too focused on the boulder. Asumi. Very impressive, let's say how you handle this. She punched him in the liver. This made Izuku reel back in pain. Bakugo sent an explosion to the rock, showering Izuku with small shards to large racks on his head and arms. Asumi. You think a little muscle is enough to help you? Bakugo. You really think you can be a hero? Izuku. I can try. At this point he was bleeding from his head, shoulders and upper back. Asumi. Deku, you will never amount to anything, no one will ever love you or want you, you're better off dead. Bakugo. Maybe if you take a swan dive off the roof you can get a quirk in your next life. They both laugh as if they'd heard the best joke they ever heard. Izuku. Kill myself, huh? They both stop and look at him. He stood up straight and tall. Neither of them noticed before, but he was taller than them. Izuku. I've been tormented by you, for years. Bakugo. What are you gonna do about it? Izuku punched Bakugo in the face, breaking his nose and splattering blood on him and Asumi. He fell back into the water as Izuku swept Asumi's leg and body, slammed her face, breaking her nose and cracking the ground slightly. Bakugo bursted out of the water and took a swing at Izuku. But Izuku already knows how he fights, so he took his arm and flipped him over his shoulder and slammed him on the ground. Bakugo spit up a little blood as Izuku slams his foot down on his already broken nose. Asumi. You asshole. She picked up the rocks on the ground with her quirk and started throwing them at him. Izuku walked forward as he was battered with rocks. He grabbed Asumi by her head and slammed her into his knee. With both knocked out and bleeding from the face, Izuku went over and grabbed a knife from his bag. Izuku, I've been cutting because of you, you know that, he said to the unconscious bodies. He walked back over and stood above Isumi's body. Izuku, you got everything, a quirk, love, attention. I got nothing. Let's see how you feel when you're dead. He pressed the blade against her throat as a little blood seeped out. I wouldn't do that if I were you, boy. Izuku looked to see an old man across the pond. Izuku, what do you know? He yelled with pure anger. Old man, I know that anger you feel, boy, it consumes you. Izuku, they have caused so much pain, he said, tears in his eyes. He swings the knife up. Old man, I can help you, train you. Izuku cried as he held the knife above his head. Old man, if you do this you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Izuku screamed as he sent the knife down. It stuck in the ground, cutting Isumi's ear slightly. Izuku, help me, he looked up crying. Old man, you made the right choice, follow me, you won't need your things where we're going. Izuku didn't even bother to put high shoes back on or stop his bleeding, he just followed. Old man, this will be your first training, if you make it I shall train you in the art of swordsmanship. Izuku, yes sensei. Old man, good, you learn fast, we will find what style suits you and train until you break and are rebuilt. Izuku, I will do it. Old man, I know you have a good heart, boy, I can see it, tell me your name. Izuku, Izuku, old man, my name is Seto, you can call me that when you beat me in battle, until then stick to sensei. Izuku, yes sensei. Seto, I have another student, his name is Shi. I found him when he was a boy, outcasted much like yourself after the death of his parents. Izuku, Shi and Seto got it. Izuku got hit with a cane. Seto, I told you, boy, sensei. Izuku, sorry sensei. A few hours later, Inko, Isumi, where did she run off to? Toshi, here, phone GPS says she's right over here. Inko, I hope she's alright. Toshi, I'm sure she was just training. Inko, oh my god. Toshi looks forward to see the scene of Bakugo and Isumi knocked out and bloody. Toshi buffed up into all might and dashed over. He saw the knife direct next to Isumi's head. She picked her up and checked her pulse. All Might, she's alive, we need to get them to a hospital. Inko, go, I called the police. All Might picked up Bakugo and jumped away. The police soon arrived soon after to investigate the scene. Officer, hey, I found a bag. Inko, that's Izuku's bag, he must have been with them. Officer, well, there's clothes and shoes here too, if he was here he must have been taken. Inko, oh okay, Isumi must have tried to save him. Officer, seems like it, we will put out a search warrant. Inko, yeah whatever, I'm gonna go check on my daughter at the hospital. Officer, okay. Inko left towards the hospital where Toshi was waiting. Inko, Yoshi, how is Isumi? Toshi, she's okay along with Bakugo, they should be out any minute, they needed a little reconstruction surgery. Inko, well thank God. Doctor, Yagi, Toshi, that's us. Doctor, she will be fine, but whoever fought her didn't hold back. Inko, will she look the same? Doctor, oh my yes, she'll only have a small scar on the bridge of her nose, healing quirks work wonders. Toshi, can we see her? Doctor, you can stay with her, she should wake within the hour. As they entered Isumi's room they heard Mitsuki screaming at the receptionist. Like promised, Isumi woke up a short while later. Inko, Isumi, you're awake. Isumi, ugh, what happened? Toshi, you were attacked and Izuku was kidnapped. Isumi, huh, he attacked me. Inko, what? Isumi, he attacked me and Katsuki, he must have run away after. Toshi, that little bastard, after everything we've done for him. Inko, I'm gonna call the police and tell them the story. Toshi, why didn't you fight back? Isumi, I was told to protect him and he took us by surprise. Toshi, there was a knife near your head, he could have killed you. Inko, I should let the police know he's dangerous then. Toshi, yes definitely. Isumi smirked. Isumi mind. I finally don't have to deal with that fucking Deku anymore. Toshi. You just rest Asumi, we will be back. Asumi laid back as she celebrated to herself. She couldn't be happier now that Deku was gone. A short while later Bakugo came into the room looking absolutely pissed. Bakugo. How did we lose to that Deku? Asumi. He took us by surprise, that's all. He'd never win in a fair fight and he knows it. Bakugo. We need to train more regardless. If Ua finds out we were beat by a quirkless, then we will be a laughing stock. Asumi. I can't wait for the day we get our revenge. Bakugo. I'm gonna kill him. Asumi. Sounds like a plan. Back with Izuku. He was currently with Seto on a boat sailing down a river. Izuku was meditating to keep his emotions in check and make sure he wasn't making a bad decision. Izuku. Sensei, where are we going? Seto. To my dojo, it's quite far. Izuku. Then what were you doing all the way out here? Seto. I was drawn here, boy. I think it was destiny. Izuku. Destiny, huh? Let's hope it's a good destiny. We go to a place far from Musutafu and the steep side of a mountain. Izuku and Seto were currently scaling the icy and frozen cliff. Seto was currently standing on a ledge, not even shivering, as Izuku was a couple meters below and is currently halfway to frozen to death. The blizzard did not help. Seto. Come now, boy, we're almost there. Izuku. Sensei, I see can't. Seto. That's not the attitude now, is it? Izuku reached for his next grip but slipped, scratching his frozen fingers in the way down. He caught him before he fell too far and started climbing again. Seto. At this rate you'll be dead by the time we reach. Izuku. I need help, please. Seto. There will be harsh times around every corner, boy. Can't always expect help. That's why you want to be a hero, no. To make sure others didn't suffer. Izuku reached for his next grip. Seto. Now hurry up, boy. Dinner should be ready soon. Izuku kept climbing until he reached the top where Seto waited for him. Izuku. It's warm. He looked up to find a small temple and a liquid pond with a cherry blossom tree and a large area he assumed was for training. Seto. When I was young I cut off the top of this mountain, and carried all the materials up here myself to build my home. This is where you will train. Izuku. How is it warm? The air is so thin. Seto. This mountain is a volcano, like most are, or once were. There is a metal tube that leads down to bring the heat up. Suddenly a man around 30 years old exited the temple. Oh master, you're back, holy shit, are you okay? He ran over to Izuku, who just nodded, ignoring his pain like he's done countless times before. Quick, come inside. He practically dragged Izuku inside the temple. Master, it was very reckless to let him climb the mountain without at least shoes or a shirt. Seto. I knew he could do it. You're lucky I'm a trained doctor, or else he could have lost his arm to frostbite. Seto. I knew you could help. Izuku. So you're Sensei's student. And a doctor. Yes, I was trained when I was young and then went left before I fully finished to pursue medicine. Izuku. So why are you back? To finish your training. No, master, is like a father to me. Seto. And him a son to me. Izuku. Did you beat him? Or do you still call him master because you haven't? No, I didn't beat him, and I don't plan to. I carry my sword to protect me and my friends and family. I don't need to be the best. Izuku. Oh, okay, that should stop the frostbite. Now I can properly heal you. He put his hands over Izuku's arm and a green glow started coming from Shi's hands. Izuku. Healing quirk. Not that strong, but effective. You should be able to start training tomorrow. He moved to Izuku's legs. Seto. Good, I'll prepare his sleeping arrangements while you finish that off. So, there are a lot of scars on you, mind telling me? Izuku. I was abused and neglected because I'm quirkless. I see, well, I'm done with your treatment. The stew should also be done soon, so let's go to the table. Izuku nodded and followed him into the main room where there was a small 4-person table and a large cauldron over an open fire. Did he tell you about the volcano? Izuku. Yeah. The stew is ready. Izuku sat down at the table as she brought over a bowl. Izuku. Thank you. She. No problem. Seto. Aw, smells delicious. She. Thank you, master. The three sat down at the table. All. Thanks for the food. They then started digging into the meal. Izuku. This meal is the best I've ever had. She. I'm glad you like it, eat as much as you like. Izuku had 3 bowls before bed that day. After dinner he was led by Seto to another room where 3 shikibuden laid next to each other. He proceeded to have most comfortable and safest sleep he's ever had. The next morning Izuku was woken up while the sun was below them. Izuku. What's going on? Seto. Training. Izuku walked outside to their training area. Seto put a wooden sword in Izuku's hand. Izuku was so drowsy he held it upside down. This earned a good smack to the forehead. Izuku. Ow. Seto. You awake now? Izuku. Yes, sensei. He then noticed the sword was upside down and switched it. Seto. Good, now since you're already fit we can move straight into technique. Izuku nodded and got into a position he thought was good. Seto. Not terrible, spread your legs, you need a good base in order to fight. He said, smacking Izuku's chin. Izuku widened his base. Seto. Keep your legs strong and your arms loose, and always be flexing your core. He said, punching Izuku in the stomach. But Izuku had already learned to flex his muscles so he wouldn't feel as much pain when being beaten. Seto. Good, now try to attack me. Seto got into a fighting stance. Izuku didn't hesitate and jumped forward and swung at Seto. Seto easily blow-led with his wooden sword and punched Izuku in the face. Seto. Good attempt, but strength isn't everything. Izuku did the exact same movement again, but when Seto went to dodge he ducked and twisted his body around to swing from the other side. Seto. Good, you're thinking strategy. He kicked Izuku's back as he turned, making him fall. Seto. Make sure you can get up fast after you are knocked down. Izuku got up to his knees and jumped forward, aiming towards his legs, but at the last second he jumped into the air and went to attack Seto's head. Seto swung, hitting Izuku's side, making him fly off and crash into the ground. Izuku got up and faced Seto. Seto. That's enough, boy, let's continue with other training, next is balance. He gave Izuku some Japanese wood sandals. Izuku put them on and continued to follow Seto with little issue walking. Seto grabbed a wood board and put it on top a small round rock. Seto. You will stand on this board until you no longer fall off, come find me when you're done. Seto walked back into the temple, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku jumped up on the board and immediately fell on his ass. Izuku. That's harder than it looks, I guess this is good practice for getting up fast too. Izuku put the board back and jumped up again. This time he fell forward. But he rolled and got back on his feet. Izuku. I guess this is what I have to do to be a hero. Izuku kept going and continues to fall off and get back up. He seems to be really dedicated. Seto. Yes, he will be a fine swordsman. I'll make sure he lives to see it. Seto. Haha, that would be nice. Izuku jumped up and finally didn't fall off immediately. Seto. Fast learner. Izuku fell to the side. He needs patience. Seto. That comes with time. Izuku continued for the rest of the day, and by the end he was able to stay on the board for 15 seconds before falling off. Seto. Okay boy, one more lesson before we call it a night. Izuku. Yes sensei. Seto. A real sword is a lot heavier than a wood one. He threw a sheathed sword to Izuku. Izuku caught it. Izuku. That is significantly heavier. Seto gestures to the rock. Izuku nods and puts the board back on. He jumped up holding the sword in his stance and fell forward immediately. Seto. You need to be adaptable to your situation or your opponent will defeat you easily. Izuku nodded and put the board back up. Seto. Let's eat boy, it's late, the sun is already below us. Izuku. Yes sensei. Seto. Make sure you never lose your sword, it's a great disgrace. Izuku. Yes sensei. Seto. Come, the stew should be heated by now, I'll teach you proper manners to learn with your sword. Izuku. Okay, Seto. First, when storing a sword make sure the blade is up, otherwise you could dull it. Second, Never step over our sword, very disrespectful. Stew is ready. Seto. Wonderful. They shared conversation as they ate and then off to bed. But Izuku couldn't sleep, so he got up and went outside. Izuku continued to try and balance on the board with his sword for as long as he could. Izuku. I must be stronger in order to be a hero. I will be stronger. Seto exits the temple to find Izuku laying on the ground. He kicks him in the side, king him up. Seto. You know I told you to sleep for a reason. Izuku. Sorry sensei, I couldn't sleep and wanted to learn more. I'm able to balance with my sword now. Seto. Well, I hope you have the energy to stay awake today, because we're meditating. Izuku. Oh okay sensei. Seto drew his katana and sliced the rock Izuku was previously on into a fine point. He put the board on the point. Seto. Rest your blade boy, and sit. He points to the board. Izuku sits on the board cross-legged and was balanced well. Seto. Today you learn how to sit still, feel the land and air around you, feel nature itself. Seto sat across from Izuku. Seto. Learn to breath, learn to fade back into nature and become one with it, absorb its energy and you will be stronger than ever. Izuku took a deep breath, then the board started wobbling and he soon fell off. Seto. Concentrate boy, and be patient, you learn to use the energy of the earth and you will be set free, and you will gain its strength. Izuku nods and gets back on his spot. Seto. Breath boy, let the air fill your body and soul, there might not be much up here so you will have to adapt to the thin air here. Izuku nods. He took a deep breath but didn't fall off this time. Seto smirked. A very far distance away, Asumi had left the hospital with Bakugo and was currently sitting in her room. Bakugo. So your brother is a wanted man now. Asumi. Yep, the story is he attacked us by surprise and ran away. Bakugo. I can't believe we lost to him. Asumi. But now he's out of our lives, forever, he either dies on the streets or gets put in jail. Bakugo. You're right, let's go train, I'm not gonna lose again. Asumi. Good, Toshi. Asumi. Yes dad, Toshi. Can you come here, I need to talk to you about something. Asumi. Can Bakugo come? Toshi. No, just you please. Asumi walked downstairs and into the living room where Inko and Toshi waited. Asumi. What's up, Toshi? We have a very important secret to share with you. Asumi. Okay, Toshi buffed up. All Might. I am here. Asumi. You're All Might. All Might. Yes, but that's not the best part. Asumi. There's more. All Might. Yes, I've chose you to be my successor and to inherit my quirk. Asumi. I can inherit your quirk. All Might. He's my quirk comes from a long line of heroes, and you are the 9th. Asumi. Cool, Inko. You will need to train first, so that you can handle the power. All Might. Your mother is right, you will need to train hard for Ua. He debuffed. Toshi. Now we will start your training tomorrow. Asumi. Can Katsuki join? Toshi. Sure, but keep this secret between us. Asumi. Okay. As she returns upstairs, Asumi mind. Ha suck it Deku, next time I see you, you'll regret ever existing. Back with Izuku, he was balanced perfectly on the spike. Seto. Good job boy. Izuku. I think I feel it sensei. Seto. Good, then let's move on to some sword techniques. Izuku. Yes, he fell of the spike. Izuku. Oops, Seto. Patience boy. Izuku. Yes sensei. Seto and Izuku trained for months on end, with Izuku always pushing himself to learn as much as he could as fast as he could. Seto. You've trained well boy, today you will descend the mountain and reach she who is waiting in a restaurant in the nearby town. You will retrieve the supplies he's purchased for us and carry them all the way back up. You lose points if any supplies are missing. Izuku. Yes sensei. Izuku got dressed in his kimono and strapped his katana to his belt. Seto. Make sure you return by sunset. Izuku looked at the sun. Izuku. It's still morning. He got a running start and jumped off the mountain. Izuku guided himself down as more stone pillars flew by him. Izuku jumped off them to slow his fall as he got farther from the main mountain. Izuku jumps and slides on the side as it gradually got less steep. Once he stopped, he looked back at the mountain. Izuku. At the bottom. Takes longer than I thought. Izuku then starts walking to the closest town. Once he gets there, he starts looking around until he came across a restaurant named insert random name. Izuku. He's probably in there. He enters and looks around to find she sitting in the corner of the room. Izuku walks over and sits down at the table. She. Took your time. Izuku. I didn't know the name. She. I see, well, order some lunch, I'll pay. Izuku. Thank you. He ordered some katsudon. Izuku. Haven't had this in ages. He dug in. Izuku. Just as good as I remember. She. Okay, the supplies are out back, just go around the building and tell them she sent you. Izuku. Got it. She. I'm gonna go back up, the weather should be clear so you shouldn't have too much trouble. Izuku. Thanks for the food. Izuku finished eating and went out back. Izuku. Hello, she sent me to pick up supplies. Man. Ah, I see, we have them prepared for you. Izuku looks past the man to see two huge baskets. Izuku. Got any rope? Man. Yeah, here. Izuku tied the baskets together. He put the middle of the rope behind his neck and hoisted the baskets up off the ground. Izuku. I'll be off now. Man. Hey, where do you take all that stuff? She never said. Izuku. Oh, just up the mountain. Man. You take it up the mountain, that's some heavy stuff. Izuku smiled. All the way to the top, part of my training. Man. Well, good luck. Izuku. Thanks. The man smirked as Izuku walked away. Man. Finally I found you, you old bastard. I'll get my revenge, just need a little time, but I vow this time next year you will be dead by my blade. Back with Izuku. He was jogging with the baskets and had just started ascending the mountain. Izuku. Man, this mountain feels taller than the last time I climbed it. Izuku was jogging up the hill where a path was laid. Izuku. Sensei will be happy if I make it with time to train. Izuku started jumping up rocks as he slowly climbed up the mountain. Izuku reached the top some time before sunset. Izuku. Sensei, I'm back. And I didn't lose anything. Seto. Good job, boy, take the day off, you earned it. Izuku. Thank you, Sensei. Seto. She, mind helping with the supplies? She. Wow, back already. Beat my record, and on your first go. Izuku smiled brightly. Seto. Okay, let's get these supplies in order. We're lucky it doesn't rain up here. There's been a crack in the roof for 3 weeks. Izuku. I'll just be meditating. She. Okay. Izuku got his board and set it up to meditating. Seto told him he didn't need the board, but Izuku liked it. He also didn't want to get too rusty. Izuku had been his best student in terms of learning speed, but that was because of Izuku's determination to be strong. Izuku loved every bit of the training, even the parts where he got hit, because he knew it was for him to succeed and not to belittle him. He trained whenever he could, even if he was injured or exhausted, he'd still try. Izuku had a smile on almost constantly when Seto or she was around. He'd practice his sword techniques on his balance board to make sure it was perfect. He would always get back up. Izuku. By this time next year I vow I will be a master swordsman, and show Asumi wrong. Over the course of a year Izuku kept his vow and trained day in and day out. He started climbing down and up the mountain before breakfast just because he could. He could practically run straight up a 90-degree wall. He'd mastered all the techniques taught to him and even made a few of his own to make his style flow better and hit harder. Seto and she were so proud of him, and this made Izuku the happiest. He saw both of them as fathers in their own respect. The family he'd never had before. Seto. Boy, you have come far, but now it's time for you to make your sword. Izuku. What do you mean, Sensei? Seto. Each great swordsman has to make their own sword. Izuku. I understand, when do we start? Seto. Now, grab rocks and bring them inside to where the pipe ends. You shall make the forge, so heat your steel. Izuku nods and goes to the pond to grab different sized rocks for the forge. He set them up as Seto set a large pot beside him full of mud. Seto. Clay to keep the heat in. Izuku nodded and started smearing the clay on the structure. It was nearing the end of the day when the clay was finally ready. Seto. Good, now it's time to choose. She walks in with 2 briefcases and sets them down in a table. He opens both, revealing 3 metal ores in each case. Seto. The one you choose shall be your blade. Izuku looks over the ores. Seto. Choose wisely. Izuku picks one up and feels the weight. Seto. Well, let you choose. Seto and she go into the next room. Izuku sits and stares at the ore. The next morning Izuku enters the room where Seto and she slept. Izuku. I've got the ore I want. Seto. Huh, oh, took you long enough, okay, let's go. Seto led Izuku back to the forge. Together they lifted it over the pipe, effectively starting the forge. Izuku was given a clamp in order to carry the hot ore. Izuku started with purifying the ore using the anvil and hammer he was given. After that he shaped his blade. Then came the quench, hardening the metal. Izuku lined the spine of the blade with the leftover clay, and heated the blade up. And dunked it in the special oil. When the blade came out it was perfectly straight with a nice gradual curve. Then came the cleaning and sharpening. He used a whetstone in order to sharpen his sword. The next was a handle and sheath. Seto handed him multiple different types of wood or different shapes and sizes. Izuku already understood and was able to grab the right pieces for his sword. Seto. I shall be doing the detail parts of your sword, just the brass parts on the ends and guard. Izuku. Thank you, Sensei. Seto started chiseling designs into pre-made parts. Izuku had to shave down the wood into the right size. He has to make the handle and sheath in 2 parts to carve out the inside before gluing the half together. Seto took the blade and put the carved guard on before securing the handle with 2 wood pins and the carved pummel. It was then given back to Izuku, who started painting the wood alongside the sheath a dark green with lighter patches. He then wrapped the handle in a dark leather. Seto finishes the sword by putting the last pieces of brass on the sheath. Izuku put the blade in the sheath, completing the sword. Izuku is in awe at his creation. Izuku. Dragons. Seto. Yes, now draw your blade and your power shall stain the blade. Izuku draws his katana and holds it out in front of him. A green flame comes from the base of the blade engulfing it whole. Seto. Such power. The flame stops, revealing the green blade. Seto. Well done, Izuku, you are a swordsman. Izuku. Thank you, Sensei. He said with teary eyes. Seto. Don't cry now, boy, it's time for cell. Seto stopped mid-sentence and looked at the entrance. Seto. Stay here. Seto grabbed his own sword from its spot on the wall and exited the house. It was a black and white blade intertwined, to show yin and yang. Izuku looks out the window to see about 20 to 30 guys all wielding swords. Seto. So you've found me, son. Yes, your little apprentice gave you away, and don't call me son, it's Kirai to you. Kirai drew his blade and got in a fighting stance. All the men behind him also got in position. Izuku ran out and stood beside Seto, weapon drawn. Seto. I told you to stay. She also came outside and drew 2 training blades and got in position. Izuku. Dual style, and not your own. She. I told you I went to be a doctor instead. Kirai. A young naive boy with his own sword and a middle-aged dual wielder who hadn't finished training. You've grown soft, old man. Seto was the final man to draw his sword. Like the outside, his sword was a spiral of black and white. Seto. Izuku, when I first meet you I told you that killing was bad, but I'm afraid the only way out of this. Izuku. I know, Sensei, I am prepared. Seto. You can never be prepared for something like this, but strengthen your mind and shut your heart out. Izuku. I will, Sensei. Kirai. How sweet, but sadly no one will make it out of here alive. He lunged forward and collided blades with Seto. Izuku was first to try and strike Kirai but was blocked by one of the multiple men. Suddenly Seto, Izuku and she were each surrounded with their own group of men. They each fought, killing most of the men. But she was caught off guard and got pierced through the back. Seto. Izuku. She. Izuku's blade lit up with a large green flame. He cut down anyone between him and she. He cut straight through swords. Soon it was just Kirai, Seto and Izuku left. Izuku held she up. She. They hit a vital organ. I have about a minute left, be good, stay true. Izuku cried and hugged she's body as it went limp. Izuku set down his body gently. He stood up and griped his sword hard and slowly turned to Kirai, who was currently crossing blades with Seto. Izuku screamed and charged forward. His sword erupted in flames spanning 3 times the size of the sword. Kirai. Huh, now that's some power. He kicks Seto aside and charges at Izuku as his sword engulfs in a black and purple flame. They clash and the flames mix above their head. They swing and block each other multiple times as they clash. Kirai. You're good, but you've yet to learn about this power. He backs up and charges up a swing. When he swings, the flames around his sword seem to harden and slice through the air, hitting Izuku in the chest. Kirai. You'll live, for now. Let this be a lesson about who is stronger. Now back to you. He looks at Seto, who is cut up from their fight and is on his knees panting. Kirai. You are pathetic. He holds his sword above his head. Kirai. This is it. Seto. Not quite. Seto lunged out and cut Kirai's side before continuing over to Izuku, who was clasping his wound. Izuku. I'm sorry, it was me. I told him where we were. Seto. It's okay, Izuku, here. He passed him his sword, which was sheathed, then handed Izuku his sword. Izuku. What are you doing? Seto. I should have felt with him long ago, but I couldn't, but I won't let you be brought down too. He makes sure Izuku has both swords before he picks him up. Kirai. And where do you think you're going? Seto. Forgive me, Izuku. Izuku. What are you? Seto threw Izuku off the mountain. Izuku screamed as he fell. Kirai. What an idiot, he's just gonna die on the way down and you gave away your weapon. Seto picked up one of the dead mon's sword. Kirai. You are a fool. Izuku wakes up on the shore of a river. He checks his belt to find both swords still there. He looks around to find he is nowhere near the mountain. Izuku coughs, spitting up some water. He takes both swords out of the sheaths and empties the sheaths of water. He then dries the blades themselves. He looks at Seto's sword. Izuku. I wasn't strong enough, again. Izuku puts the sword away and puts them back on his belt. He feels the slice on his chest and winces, and the pain. His top had been damaged, but the water seemed to have cleaned the blood off his clothes. Izuku hears an explosion in the distance. Izuku. Wonder what's happening. Izuku runs through the small amount of woods before he reached a city. He sees a pillar of smoke in the distance and runs towards it. He sees a large mass of people near the base of the smoke. He merges into the crowd and looks forward to see a huge pile of sludge with eyes and a mouth. Man. Whoa, look at you with 2 swords, you some kind of hero. Look a little young. Izuku. Sure, what's going on here? Man. Some sort of slime villain kidnapped some kids and we're waiting for better heroes to come save them. Izuku. Maybe I could help. Izuku puts his hand on his sword before he remembers the amount of flames that came out and decided to go for Seto's sword instead. Izuku mind. I'll avenge you, Sensei, but first I must get stronger. Forgive me, but I still want to be a hero, so please lend me your strength. Izuku draws his sensei's sword, causing the crowd to take a step back from him. Death arms. Who's that? Izuku raised the sword above his head as it started glowing a gray. He swung down with all his might as the gray glow flew forward, cutting the slime villain in half. The crowd was in awe at the show of power. Suddenly 2 teens came from the slime, one from each side. The heroes rushed to help the 2, but Izuku froze when he saw who they were. Izuku. Asumi and Bakugo, Fu. As the crowd cheered for their safety, Izuku attempted to get away. But before he could escape, he was stopped by Death Arms. Death Arms. Where do you think you're going? You used a quirk without permission. Hey, you look familiar, do I know you? Izuku. Not a quirk, and no you don't, bye. He said, starting a full-on sprint. Death Arms. Whoa, hey. Get back, he's gone. I swear I know that kid from somewhere. Bakugo. Hey, are you the one who saved us? Death Arms. No, he left. Bakugo growled and walked away. Death Arms looked at the 2 teens. Death Arms. Hey, he kinda looked like you. Asumi. What? Death Arms. The guy that saved you, looks like you, do you know him? Asumi looked at Bakugo, who stares right back. Both. Izuku. With Izuku. He had just ended his sprint. Izuku. Man 3 minutes back in a normal city and I run into them, tch asterisk typical. Izuku finds himself in an alleyway full of garbage. Izuku. So I guess I'm back in my hometown. Izuku looks around until he finds a pile of newspaper. Izuku. Someone should really clean this up. Izuku takes the paper from the very top and starts to read it. Izuku. All the papers now says are only about villains. Izuku gets to the last page. Izuku. Motherfucker, local boy Izuku Yagi who attacked sister and friend before fleeing still at large. I can't believe this, I'm a criminal for fighting back, they don't know I was about to kill them. Izuku throws the paper back on its pile. Izuku. I'll need a disguise, Death Arms recognize me so it's only a matter of time before they realize I'm back in town. Izuku thought about it for a minute. Izuku. Shit, where am I gonna stay? Izuku soon felt a warm liquid flowing down his chest. Izuku. Shit, it's bleeding, I need to clean this before it gets infected, thank you Shi for teaching me some medicine. Izuku looked around once more and found a rather large cloth that was in decent shape. He used it to cover his long curly green hair and most of his face. He then leaves the alley and blends into civilization. Izuku. Never thought I'd be back here. Izuku is currently standing in front of his old house. Izuku. This place will have everything I need, most likely. Izuku notes the fact that both cars are away and Asumi was probably still being paraded for the slime thing as he snuck around back. He climbed up onto a windowsill and gently opened the window before fully climbing in. The room looked gutted and destroyed. Anything Izuku had owned was taken out. Izuku huffed and went into the closet. Also empty. But that is what he expected. He bent down and lifted the floorboard up revealing medical supplies. Izuku. Morons, all of them. He grabbed some rubbing alcohol and bandage. Izuku. Shit, this isn't enough. He quietly opens his door and looks around. He quickly heads towards the bathroom where he finds more and fresh medical supplies. Izuku. I need to clean this off better, might not get another chance. He undresses and hopes in for a shower. While Izuku is showering. Asumi. Hello, anyone home? Is the shower running? Must be one of them, whatever, I got homework to do. She goes upstairs and walks by the bathroom but stops when she sees Izuku's bedroom door cracked open. Asumi. He's back in town, and apparently has a quirk or something now. She enters his room and looks around. Asumi. Mom or dad must have been in here lately. Wonder what they plan on doing in here. Asumi could hear the shower stop running. Asumi. I wonder if mom or dad will actually train with me today. Izuku hops out of the shower with his wound clean, but just to make sure Izuku splashed it with some alcohol before he wrapped it tightly in some bandages which covered most of his chest. Izuku put the bottom part of his outfit back on before declaring the top half ruined. Izuku. Damn, where am I gonna get a shirt? I guess a whole new outfit would be better, maybe I could steal some of dad's. Izuku exits the bathroom and immediately comes face to face with Asumi. Izuku. Aw shit, Asumi. Izuku. Izuku side-eyes his swords which are still in the bathroom. Asumi. Izuku, what are you doing here? Izuku. Wait, why aren't you calling me Deku? Asumi. Never mind that, why are you here, are you injured? She said looking at his chest. Izuku. Why would you care, you already ruined my life, isn't that enough for you? Asumi. No, I mean yes I mean, wait, look, I'm sorry. Izuku. That's a little hard to believe. Asumi. Look, it doesn't matter, you can't be here, if they get back, they will kill you. Izuku. Sounds familiar. Asumi. Look, I know I was a terrible person and to be honest I probably still am, I have a lot to explain but not here. Izuku. Don't bother, I wasn't planning on staying, just need some clothes. Asumi turned and walked into her room and came back with Izuku's old clothes and shoes. Izuku, why do you have this? Asumi. Doesn't matter, will they fit? Izuku. Should, I was already buff before I left and I don't think I've actually grown much. Izuku walked into the bathroom and got changed into a t-shirt and jeans along with his old red shoes. Izuku. A little tighter than I remember but should do fine. Izuku walks back out with his swords on his belt this time. Asumi. Wow, you really are buff. Okay, look, meet me at that garbage beach around 12 tomorrow. There is a lot to explain. Here, it's the biggest sweater I got. Keep your face hidden. Izuku. Why are you helping me? Why aren't you trying to hurt me? Asumi. Later, they could both hear a car pull into the driveway. Asumi. That's one of them. You gotta leave, now. She pushed him into his old room and shut the door. Asumi. I'll distract them. Izuku was very confused to say the least. He expected their interaction to have at least a little bloodshed. One thing he definitely noticed was the small scar on her nose. He hoped out the window as the front door opened and escaped. Asumi. Oh hey mom. How's it going? Inko. Asumi. Good news, that little bastard was finally spotted, now we can get him. Asumi. And do what? She said with a semi-scared voice. Inko. Oh, you know a little of this, a little that, but once we finally get him we can get revenge for what he did to your pretty face. Now move, I'm gonna go help your father look for him. She said, somewhat shoving her out of the way. Asumi. Why yes mom. She fled into her room. Asumi. Izuku, I'm so sorry, I don't know what they'll do to you if they find you, please be safe. Izuku was currently running across rooftops as sirens blared in the distance. He hid behind some AC appliances as the sirens went by. Izuku. What the hell? Why are they on me this much? Asumi, your explanation better be good. Izuku looked up at the sun. Izuku. Should be noon now. Izuku ran across the roofs until he reached a beach covered in trash. He looked around from the rooftop until he saw some Winter the beach wearing a hoodie and sunglasses. Izuku. I'm ready Asumi, let's hope you are. Izuku jumps off the roof and runs over to the person. Asumi. Hey, are you okay? Izuku. Out of breath, running from the police and heroes all night and day will do that. Asumi. Didn't you sleep? Izuku didn't get a chance, now explanation please. Asumi. Follow me. Asumi walks over to a garbage pile and moves a large piece of scrap metal with her quirk, revealing a surprisingly clean pipe of some sort. Izuku. Where are you going? Asumi. Just come on. She starts crawling through the pipe and Izuku reluctantly follows. Izuku. It's dark in here. Asumi. Calm down, we're almost to the end. Asumi stands up straight and flicks on some plain fairy lights. Izuku is surprised to see the large cave and is also able to stand up straight. Asumi. I made this about a month after you left. You had a cot, filtered water and a cooler for food that I'll bring you, and I have a phone for entertainment or if you need to call someone I guess. Izuku. Why, I thought you hated me. Asumi. I did, here sit with me. She pulls out 2 foldable chairs. Asumi. Don't worry, this stuff is new. Izuku and Asumi sat down facing each other. Izuku. What's the story? Asumi. I'll start with the fact that All Might is our dad and our mom is a hero too. Izuku. Really? No wonder everyone is trying so hard, the number one hates me. Asumi. So the reason you're wanted, it was me. Izuku. Figured. Asumi. It happened the day you left if I remember correctly, that or the day after I was in the hospital from. Well, you know, Mom and Dad first thought you were kidnapped and sent a search party out, didn't last long when I told them you were the one to attack us. Izuku. Didn't tell them you attacked first, I guess. Asumi. No, but that when thing really got going, a quirkless attacked the daughter of the number one hero, that was the story, they disowned you by the way. Izuku. I know, they did that a while ago. Asumi. People went mental and soon everyone was out to get you, but it was Mom and Dad who were the worst. Izuku. Okay, so what changed your mind? Asumi. They were out to kill you, they never said it but I saw it in their eyes, and at home they got bad. Izuku. What happened? Asumi. Well, it wasn't about me being hurt, they just wanted to get you, and kill you. They got abusive almost. They started shoving me around at first but soon it turned into hateful yelling. I don't know what got into them. Then one night I thought, you had it 100 times worse, and I already hated what I was getting so I wanted to help you. Izuku. I see, what of Bakugo? Asumi. Kachan is better. I think, but he is still him. Izuku. I see, so I'm a fugitive. Asumi. I know you just hot back, but is there any chance that you could go back where you were hidden? Izuku. No, they're dead, we were attacked, that's where I hot this injured. He said, pointing to his chest. Asumi. And the swords. Izuku. I was found my master swordsman, he trained me and when I was done I made this sword. He held out his green sword. Asumi. And the black and white one. Izuku. It was his. Asumi. I see, so you'll have to stay here for now, maybe we could get some help and you can get a pardon. Izuku. Or you could come clean. Asumi paused. Asumi. I'm scarred of how mom and dad will react, and how the heroes who wasted their time looking for you will react. I'm sorry. Izuku sighed. Asumi. I'm sorry for everything. Izuku. It's fine. Asumi. I'm sorry, she said quietly. Izuku. Got any plans? Asumi. Become a hero and clear your name. Izuku. Sorry, I'm not staying here for the 3 years you need for hero school and then however long it takes you to actually become a hero. Asumi. Yeah, I figured that was a long shot. Izuku. I got an idea. Asumi. What is it? Izuku. I was only seen, not fully, me being here is really just speculation, so I'll die and cut my hair. Asumi, but people are saying they saw you. Izuku. They saw a boy with long green hair, who else has long green hair and is currently dressed in a sweater and jeans. Asumi. Oh, I see, act like I'm the one who was seen. Izuku. Exactly. Asumi. Okay, I've got it, I have some pocket money so I can get some supplies. Izuku. Good, I'll stay here I guess. Asumi. I've got some scented spray here if you need it, I might not be back today, but I'll definitely be back tomorrow, with the stuff. Izuku. Are you scared of them? Asumi looked away, not saying anything. She said sorry again very quietly as she left. Izuku took his swords out of his belt and laid back in his cot and looked to the ceiling of his little home. The whole thing was held up with metal poles, but the ceiling had a large tarp to nothing small would fall down. Izuku. They're abusing their favorite child now, it will only get worse for her even if it's not much now, that's how it started with me. Izuku looked at his swords which he had placed beside them. Izuku. Can't exactly fight the number 1, or whichever hero mom apparently is. Izuku feels his chest. Izuku. Sensei, am I doing good? Your glow is white, but mine is a dark gray, what does that mean? Izuku rolls over and slowly closed his eyes and went to sleep. Izuku dreams of black flames and Kirai's face coming through them. Asumi. Izuku, wake up. Izuku springs up, headbutting Asumi who was sitting over him. Asumi. Geez, you trying to break my nose again. Izuku. I thought you'd be gone for a while. Asumi. Izuku, it's tomorrow, when did you go to sleep? Izuku. I don't know, just after you left. Asumi. That was over 12 hours ago. Izuku. Oh, oops. Asumi. It's okay, you were up for a while. Anyways, I got some scissors and hair dye for you and some bleach to help dye it, since your hair is dark. Izuku. Oh right, what color did you get? Asumi. I light blue, hence the bleach. Izuku. Are we gonna be able to do this here? Asumi. Sure, I don't see why not. Izuku. Okay, Asumi. Good, any preference of haircut? Izuku. I don't know, short. Asumi. Okay, I'll take little artistic liberty. Izuku. Sure. It took about an hour with how careful Asumi was to make sure his hair was cut decently and even. Asumi. You think this is how normal siblings are supposed to act? Izuku. What do you mean? Asumi. You know, talking, cutting each other's hair, dyeing hair, hiding from parents in a secret hideout. Izuku. Huh, maybe, definitely a step up from what you used to do. Asumi. Why yeah, Izuku. What do you want to do about mom and dad? Asumi. I don't know, is it gonna get worse? Izuku. Most likely, but there's always a chance. Asumi. Maybe once we hit Ua. Izuku. Asumi. Sorry, I just assumed you still wanted to be a hero. Izuku. Maybe, but will they accept a quirkless? Asumi. You could probably pass as having a quirk with your swords. Oh, that reminds me, have you thought of a name? Izuku. I was thinking Midoriya. Asumi. Hey, sounds nice, I like it. Izuku. Good, thought it sounded homely. Asumi. Yeah, sounds like the people with that name would be really innocent and sweet. Izuku. Maybe, eventually. Asumi. Wish I had a name like that. Izuku giggled. Izuku. Maybe when everything is out in the open, otherwise you'd have to marry in. Asumi. Ha ha, anyways your haircut is done. She held up a mirror. Izuku. Not bad at all. Asumi. Thanks, maybe if being a hero doesn't work out I can become a hairdresser. Izuku. It's a promising future, but I'd stick to a hero for now. Asumi. Sure, alright, time to die. Izuku. Heard that one before. Asumi. Hardy har har, now come on. Izuku. You know it's kinda nice having you as a sister rather than an enemy. Asumi. Yeah, feels safe. This is a flashback chapter. It takes place right after our main character's departure. Asumi and Bakugo have parted ways after their calibration over getting rid of Izuku. Asumi enters her house. Asumi. Mom, Dad, where are you guys? Asumi enters the kitchen where she sees Inko and Toshi talking. Asumi. Hey, what's up? Toshi. Oh, Asumi, welcome home, how's your recovery going? Asumi. Good, I guess. They say I'll be able to take the brace off in a day or so, maybe more. Inko. Oh, that's wonderful, sweetie. Toshi. Don't slack on your training, or you'll never be a hero. Inko. And don't worry about Izuku, me and your father will deal with him personally. Asumi. I'm okay. I'm gonna go to sleep, I guess. Inko. Yes, good, rest up. Toshi. Yes, rest up, training takes energy you can't waste. Asumi nodded and slowly makes her way to her room. Asumi. They were acting weird, maybe it's just stress, wonder how they're gonna deal with Deku. The next day, Asumi wakes up early. Asumi. What's that noise? She gets up and exits her room to see her parents moving stuff out of Izuku's room. Asumi. What are you guys doing, and why so early? Toshi. Ah, Asumi, you're up. That's the hero spirit, now you can train. Asumi. What, but I haven't had breakfast, changed. Toshi. Nonsense, breakfast is for hard workers. Asumi. So what are you doing? Inko. Oh, just getting rid of some junk now that he's gone. Asumi. It looks like you're getting rid of everything, and what if he comes back? Inko. Don't worry honey, we'll make sure he'll never come back. Both parents took a box out at the same time, so Asumi took this opportunity to look inside Izuku's room. Asumi. Wow, they've been working for a while, or he had nothing. She looked in the closet to see some clothes that hadn't been taken yet. Asumi. He will come back eventually, right? She quickly took a shirt and pants and went back to her room. Asumi. What am I doing? Deku is gonna be gone, he's on the run, and will be in jail if he does come back, so he won't need this. She stuffed it in the back of her closet. Toshi. Hey, oh good, you're changing. I'm working on a schedule for your training to make sure you're in top shape for UA. The number one can't have a failure running around like your brother, so make me proud, huh? Asumi. Yeah, I'll change. No one wants to be like him. She laughed awkwardly. Toshi. Wonderful. Asumi was left alone in her room as Toshi shut the door behind her. Asumi. What is up with them? Though to be fair, I have been slacking a little on training. Guess I should text Bakugo that I can't hang out today. Don't wanna be seen with this stupid metal face brace anyway. Asumi put on a light green track suit that her mother had made her for Christmas. She walks out of her room and made her way to the kitchen. Toshi. Hey now, I said food was for hard workers. Asumi. But you also said I need energy to train. Toshi. Are you talking back to me? Asumi. No, I'm Jay. Toshi. Outside, now. Asumi jumped a little, she'd never heard her father raise his voice like that before. She quickly made her way to the back door, but what she wasn't expecting was the smack to the back of the head as she walked by her father. Toshi. You better smarten up. Once in the backyard. Toshi. Start doing laps around the backyard as punishment for talking back. Asumi. Okay, how many? Toshi. I'll tell you when to stop. Asumi was getting a little worried at this point but started the laps anyway. Toshi. Faster, keep your back straight, legs up. Keep your back straight. It was about 2 hours later when Toshi decided she'd done enough. Asumi was out of breath and tired from all the running. Toshi. Good, now we can get on to the actual training. Asumi widened her eyes. This was already tiring and not even the actual workout. Toshi. Alright, we will start with push-ups, get on the ground. Asumi got down and started doing push-ups. Toshi. Good, now lift this with your quirk. He said, pointing at a 45 Olympic weight. Asumi did so. Toshi. Good, now don't drop it. Toshi put a 30-pound weight on her back, causing her to fall and drop the weight. Toshi. You useless shit. I said don't drop it. Toshi slapped Asumi across her face, making her fall a second time. Toshi. You're just as bad as your brother. If you don't get your act together you'll never amount to anything. Now go to your room, and no food for today. Asumi ran off crying from the slap and holding her cheek. When she got in and closed the door she started sobbing. Asumi. Is this what Deku felt like? I hate it. Oh god, what did we do? What did I do? What are they gonna do? Inko. Asumi. Asumi held her mouth and tried not to make a sound. She quickly wiped off her tears as her mother came in. Inko. Toshi told me what happened and I have to say I'm disappointed. I thought you'd be better than him. Maybe you should spend a little more time training than being pathetic. Asumi's heart shattered. Her own mother called her pathetic. Inko left shortly after. Asumi cried to herself for hours that night. About a month later, Asumi is heavily beaten and is laying in mud and blood in a rainy day outside in the backyard. Toshi at this point had already revealed him being a hero, so he is in his buff form. All Might. Come now Asumi, you're better than this. Get up. Asumi struggles herself to her feet only to immediately get body checked into a nearby tree. She falls face first into the mud again. All Might. Once again disappointing Asumi, go clean yourself up. He walks away back into the house while Asumi is left to crawl. Asumi. I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry, please, don't come back. I deserve this after I put you through this, be free, and live. She passes out in the mud while it downpours. A few months later. Inko. Get up. Asumi. Sorry mother, I'm up. Inko. Good, now get cleaning. This house has gotten filthy without that brat cleaning, so pick up the slack, no time to be lazing about, your father will be back soon for training. Asumi is given a bucket and sponge and forced down on her hands and knees in order to scrub all the floors of the house before Toshi got home. Toshi. Oh good, you're being useful, now come on, time to train. Asumi. See, can we train inside today? Toshi. What? Asumi jumped and put her head down. Asumi. It's just that out there a blizzard and it's cold. Toshi. You think it's cold, huh? Fine, I guess it's time for some environmental training. Asumi. Huh, Toshi. Strip down, we're gonna do some heavier training than I planned. Asumi. Strip. Toshi. Is that a problem? He said with an aggressive voice. Asumi jumped and started taking off clothes until she was just in her underwear. Toshi. I'm waiting. Asumi. But. Toshi slapped her. Asumi yelped and took off what was left of her dignity. She was now butt naked in front of her father. Toshi buffed up and grabbed Asumi's and walked her over to the back door. All Might. Let's see how long you'll last in the cold, princess. He said with sarcasm and venom. He opened the back door as Asumi struggled and threw her in the 30 inches of snow outside. He then closed and locked the door. Asumi ran over and banged on the door, more focused on the temperature rather than covering herself at this point. Toshi rebuffed and calmly walked over to Inko, who was happily cooking dinner like nothing happened. Asumi was naked in the middle of a blizzard, but neither of them cared. Asumi huddled by the door trying to conserve heat, but it didn't work well when he asshole was literally sitting on snow. Half an hour later Toshi opened the door and Asumi fell in, shivering like crazy. Toshi. Go to your room, and don't ever question my teachings again. Asumi shakingly crawled to her room as both parents watched in disappointment. The day Izuku returned. Toshi. Asumi. Asumi. Yes dad. She said in a worried voice. Toshi. I need you to run to the pharmacy for me and pick up these prescriptions. Asumi. Why yes sir. Asumi quickly left the house and went off to the pharmacy. While she was waiting in line, Bakugo. Asumi. Asumi shot her head over to look at Bakugo. Bakugo. Holy shit, it is you. I haven't seen you in months, what the hell? Asumi. Bakugo. Sorry, I've been training like crazy, my dad doesn't want me getting distracted. Bakugo. Tell me what's going on, why are you in a pharmacy? Asumi. Why are you here? Bakugo. Old hag's making me do an errand, since when do you stutter? Asumi. Doesn't matter, I'm just picking up a thing. Bakugo. What's going on with you? Asumi. Nothing. This got the attention of a few people. Asumi. Look, I'll talk to you later. Bakugo. I'll walk you home, you can tell me on the way. Asumi. Fine. When Asumi was done, she and Bakugo exit the pharmacy together. Asumi. I've just been training a lot, that's all, I swear. Bakugo. No more hangout, no more calls, hardly any text. Asumi. My parents want me to focus on being a hero. Bakugo. You look skinny and beat up. Asumi. It's just the diet, and I've gotten a little clumsy. Bakugo pulls Asumi inside an alleyway. Bakugo. No one's listening, you can tell me. Asumi. I'm fine really, do you hear that? Bakugo. Don't change th. Oh, what lovely meat suits. After the slime incident and meeting with Izuku in the house. Toshi. Asumi. Asumi. Why yes dad. Toshi. I saw what happened today, you got trapped by a villain and had to be saved. Asumi. I am sorry. Toshi. And why were you with that nobody? I told you to stay away from him. He slaps Asumi to the floor. Asumi. I ran into him in far. Toshi. No excuses. He kicked her in the stomach. Toshi. That's it, you're grounded for being a failure, like your useless no good brother. You know the drill. Asumi walks over to the basement door and strips down to underwear. Toshi. I'm gonna have to start harsher punishments cause this clearly isn't working well enough. He kicked her down the stairs into the basement, but she doesn't make much sound, just gets back up. He pushes her over to a wall and put a collar around her neck. The collar is connected to the ceiling via chain, not letting Asumi off her tippy toes. Toshi walks over to the adjacent wall and turns the heat down to near freezing. Toahi. Maybe by tomorrow morning you'll have finally learned a lesson. He goes back upstairs, leaving Asumi alone. Asumi. Izuku, you should have stayed away, they'll kill you, please run if you know what's good for you, don't save me, just run please. She sobbed the night away. Toahi did not get her until late that morning. Izuku gets out of the shelter and stretches with Asumi close behind. Asumi. It looks good. Izuku. Yes, you did a wonderful job. Asumi. Really? Izuku. Yes, I like this look, might keep it even after everything is sorted out. Asumi. I like the green better than blonde, she said, twirling her own hair. Izuku. Maybe I can cut and dye your hair then. Asumi. And no thanks, I don't think dad would like that very much. Izuku. Are you gonna be okay with them? Asumi. Oh yeah sure, I probably exaggerated what they're like. Izuku. But you have bruise. Asumi's phone started ringing. Asumi picked up. Asumi. Oh hi dad. Toshi. Where are you? We're supposed to be training. Asumi. What, but it's Thursday. Toshi. You moron, it's Wednesday. Where are you? Asumi. I've been using my spare time for extra training so you wouldn't be disappointed. She said in a desperate shaky voice. Toshi. Is that right? Asumi. Why yes, I've been sneaking out to go train more, I'm sorry. Toshi. Just get back here, I'm guessing those sightings were you, and not your no good brother. Asumi. Guess. Toshi hung up. Asumi. I have to go, I'm sorry. Izuku. How bad is it, Asumi? Tell me the truth. Asumi. It's nothing, I just got the days mixed up and I'm missing training, I thought I had more time, I'll see you later. She ran off before Izuku could ask any more questions. Izuku huffed. Izuku. It's worse than she said, I know it. Izuku decided to take a walk, so he hides the entrance to his temporary home and walks off. Izuku, I have to see if there's a way to find out what's really happening. Don't talk, just keep walking. Izuku felt something hard pressed against his back. Izuku, what do you want? Shush, don't talk, walk into that alley nice and calm. Izuku, mind. Of course I left my swords at home. Izuku, whatever you say. He said calmly. The man led Izuku into the alley. Okay, nice and easy, give me your wallet. Izuku, I don't have one. I don't want money, just an ID. Izuku, what, why? Shish, come now, hand it over. Izuku, I don't have a wallet. Well then, you choose the wrong city to start a new identity. Izuku got hit over the back of the head and knocked out. Yeah, I got him. No, he has no id, sir. I'll bring him to you. With Asumi. Toshi. You lie. Asumi was whipped, causing her to scream. She was currently in the same predicament she was in the previous morning. Asumi was crying. Asumi. I swear I'm telling the truth. She sobbed. Toshi. Tell me where you were. He whipped her belly, causing a laceration and blood to start leaking. Toshi. I'll only ask once more, where were you? Asumi. I was training on the beach. Please stop. She sobbed out. Toshi. You're worthless, maybe tomorrow you'll feel more inclined to tell me. Asumi was once again left crying and alone in the cold. Asumi. Please, she said softly. Asumi. Somebody save me, Izuku, I need you. She then passed out. Across the street, two men sat in the adjacent house. Man 1. Hey boss, the girl that boy was with is getting abused pretty heavily. Man 2. It sounds like they want her to tell them about that boy. Interesting development. Keep an eye on them for now. I have a feeling this could be a useful exploit in the near future. Man 1. Yes sir. Man 2. Any word from that creepy guy yet, boss? No, it seems he will be a nuisance. Now focus on the task. Over and out. Man 2. Aye sir, sorry for imposing. Man 1. What creepy guy? Man 2. Oh right, you were out. Some old guy in a mask came by, yo talk with the boss, claimed he wanted obedience from us cause he used to run the country or something, but the boss wasn't having it, so he said he disrespected the operation he worked so hard to make and that he could serve us. Man 1. I'm guessing it didn't go well. Man 2. Well, the man laughed and disappeared. Boss later sent out a proposal to work together, but, well, you know. Man 1. This freak gonna cause trouble. Man 2. Most likely, but that's why boss hires only competent and strong people, or anyone with potential. Man 1. Like those hero students that all got expelled by one guy because he didn't believe in them. Man 2. Exactly, we always get a good bunch of recruits when that happens, they're practically shamed by everyone. Man 1. Man, heroes are so heartless, I can't wait for things to change. Man 2. Yeah, soul be nice. Izuku woke up in a dimly lit room tied to a chair in the center. The air felt moist but the ground cold and dry. Izuku tried to break the rope that held him, but it was pointless. Izuku looked around, but due to there being little to no light he couldn't see anything. He tried to move the chair itself, but it was stuck. Izuku heard a door open behind him. He tried to turn and look, but the man just forced his head straight. Izuku. So I'm guessing this wasn't a mugging. Very perceptive. He said sarcastically. The boss wants to talk to you. I am going to untie you and I shall calmly walk to his office while I explain where you are. We don't want to hurt you, blonde friend, so just play nice, huh? Izuku. Asumi. What's going on with her? The boss will explain what we know. You will explain what you know. Deal? Izuku. Fine, I'll comply. Got any water? In due time. Izuku's hands were suddenly free without the man moving. Izuku rubbed his wrists, easing the discomfort. Follow me. Izuku got up from the chair and followed the man. You are currently in an underground crime ring of sorts. We're like a mafia, if you've heard of that. Izuku. I have, but you guys don't seem like that kind of dangerous, otherwise I wouldn't be walking around like this. We're not, but we are against the law and heroes. Izuku. I see, so what do you guys do? We take in people who are heading for a life of crime and make sure they don't go to jail. We conduct different jobs in order to keep ourselves going, but our main goal is to get rid of bad heroes. Izuku. That's surprisingly noble. Yes, here we are. Be respectful and don't speak unless spoken to. He will introduce himself and then you will introduce yourself. Izuku. Okay. He opened the door and ushered in Izuku, who quickly entered the room. Thank you, Edward. Edward. You're welcome, sir. Edward shut the door behind him, leaving Izuku alone with the boss, who was currently sitting behind a desk. Question mark. Have a seat. Izuku pulled out the chair in front of the desk and sat down. You were told what we are. Izuku. A good mafia. The man chuckled. I've been keeping tabs on you since you've entered my town, and defeated a slime villain. Izuku. And I heard about you, around a minute ago. My name is Mr. Nickel. You may address me as so for now. Izuku. I'm Izuku. Mr. Nickel. Got a last name? Izuku. Midoriya. Mr. Nickel. Okay, Midoriya. I don't know where you come from, but I believe we can help each other, maybe even become part of my organization. Izuku. So I've been told what you want to do, but not what you actually do. Mr. Nickel. You see, we are a mafia. We rob and we kill, cause we are the bad guys, but we have bigger intentions than just being rich, as you were told. Izuku. So why are you the bad guys? Mr. Nickel. Simple really. Being the good guy doesn't work. Almost everyone here has a family to return to, ones they want to protect, and people are happy when they get a paycheck. Izuku. I see, and what do you want from me? Mr. Nickel. Who are you really? Your past and your blonde friend. Izuku. My name is Izuku Yagi, really, son of All Might. Mother's a hero too. That blonde was my sister. I was abused and neglected for being quirkless, so I ran away, but now they're on my sister. I just don't know how bad. Mr. Nickel. You have no records, Izuku. You have access to those. Mr. Nickel. Yes, you say quirkless, but you were able to defeat a villain and run from the police and heroes. Izuku. It's complicated. Mr. Nickel. I see. Well then, Mr. Midoriya, you have been added to the country. You're now a person. Izuku. I assume there's a catch. Mr. Nickel. Not yet. Your sister Asumi Yagi is currently chained up to a wall and being whipped by her father. All Might, you say, rather small for the number one. Izuku. I'm sorry, whipped. I need to help. Mr. Nickel. We're not done yet. Izuku. That doesn't matter now. She's being hurt. Mr. Nickel pulls a gun on Izuku. Mr. Nickel. Sit please, I really don't like firing this thing. Izuku sits back down. Mr. Nickel. Thank you. Now the catch, I want your help. Izuku. With what? Mr. Nickel. I'll explain at a different time. Here. He places a flip phone on the desk. Mr. Nickel. This phone can only make and receive calls from one other number. We will call you when we need you, and I highly suggest you don't fight the number one hero. We can save your sister in a safer way that doesn't lead to death. Izuku. Why are you being so nice? Mr. Nickel. I'm a businessman. And one last question, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. Sure. Mr. Nickel. Do you want to join us? Izuku. I'll think about it. Mr. Nickel. I was hoping you'd answer now. Izuku felt drowsy all of a sudden. Izuku. What's going on? Izuku passed out. Mr. Nickel. Edward, take him away. Oh, and make sure he has this when he gets up. Edward. Are you sure about him? Mr. Nickel. Quite. Now leave. I have a meeting soon with someone named Edward. He calls himself Overhaul, sir. Mr. Nickel. Everyone has to have some sort of name nowadays, huh? Edward. Did you learn anything interesting? Mr. Nickel. Yes, I now know where All Might spend his free time, and he has a weak form. Edward. The boy knew this. Mr. Nickel. Yes, this is the child of All Might along with that girl. They both will be very useful allies. Edward. I shall take him now. Mr. Nickel. Very good. With Asumi. Asumi has just been unchained and dropped to the floor by Toshi. Toshi. Let's go, we have training to catch up on. Asumi. Yes, sir. Toshi didn't give time for Asumi to dress, just took her to the backyard. Toshi. Get ready. He buffed up and got in a fighting position. Asumi shakingly gets in a fighting position. Man 1. Holy shit, it's All Might, he's abusing his own daughter. Man 2. And the daughter is practically naked. He said, smirking. Man 1. Dude, she's like 16. Man 2. And hot. Man 1 smacked Man 2. Man 1. Just focus and get some pictures. Man 2. Yeah, you never let me enjoy things. Man 1. Man, he's really going at her. Man 2. Wonder how long this has been going on. Man 1. Let's report back to boss. Man 2. Yeah, I think we need to pull her out of there. Man 1. I don't want All Might after us, but you're right, damn heroes. The men leave their post to go report back. Izuku wakes up to the sound of seagulls nearby. Izuku sits up and shakes the sand out of his hair. Izuku. What the hell happened? He feels something in his pocket and pulls out the phone he was given. Izuku. Guess that rules out dreams. He stands up and looks around. Izuku was back on the trash beach. He walks around until he finds the entrance to the hideout. Izuku. I didn't expect this shit when I returned. He entered his home and everything was exactly how it was left. He grabs his sword and puts them on his belt. Izuku. Asumi, you should have told me what was going on. He rushes out and sprints across town to the residence of the Yagi family. Izuku sneaks around back and looks around. He sees Asumi in the thing but panties, bloodied and beaten in a small crater with no one to be seen. Izuku. What the hell? He rushes over and kneels down next to Asumi. Izuku. Asumi, can you hear me? Asumi. Izuku. What are you doing here? She said, barely breathing. Izuku. Why didn't you tell me what was going on? You need a hospital. Asumi. No, what leave? I'm fine. Izuku. Asumi, you're not fine. Asumi. Yes, I am. Now go back, they will hurt you and I don't want that. Asumi picked up Izuku and threw him over the fence. Asumi. Just let me take this on myself. She stands up. Asumi. Oh my god, I'm naked, where's my bra? She looks around until she finds it broken in the dirt. Asumi. Izuku saw me naked, anyone could have seen me. She grew a light blush and hurried inside. Izuku had watched Asumi enter the house. Izuku. Damn it, what am I gonna do? I'm so weak, I'll always be weak. He slams his fist into the ground. Maybe you don't have to be. Izuku looks up to see a man with a dome mask with a respirator or something built in and wearing a suit approach him. Izuku. Man, what is with people today, what do you want? I know you had a talk with that little mafia, but I can offer a lot more than them. Izuku. Do I just attract crime lords or something? It appears so, let us speak privately. In the blink of an eye, Izuku and the man were in a room with a table and chairs, but with no doors or windows. Izuku. Oh geez, I am all for one, sworn enemy of one for all. Izuku. I don't recall knowing either of those things. A foe. One for all is the quirk that your father currently holds, it's the source of his power. Izuku. I see, but you're not his mortal enemy, just the enemy of the quirk. A foe. The quirk can be passed down generations. Izuku. Interesting, now what do you want with me? A foe. I have the power to gift you a quirk, I can give you power in exchange of services. Izuku. There's always a catch. A foe. You can still live your life, hell even work for that little mafia, but when I call in a favor, you must answer. Izuku. And if I don't want a quirk? A foe. Then you have no use to me alive. Izuku. I see, why me? A foe. I see great potential within you, boy. Izuku. Can you help me free my sister? A foe. I'll be going for All Might's head, does that work? Izuku. You know I wanted to be a hero, still do if I'm honest, but in one day I've met two crime lords that want me to join them. A foe. So what's your choice? Izuku. I don't really have a choice, so I guess a quirk. A foe. I knew you'd see my point of view. Izuku. Do I get a choice? A foe. You have a preference. Izuku. I need to be faster, stronger and more durable, as well as something to keep my reflexes and brain fast enough to keep up. A foe. I see, thought about this often. Izuku. Since I was 4. A foe. I may have something for you, a quirk that will speed up your cells in a way. Your muscles will grow larger, skin tougher and your brain will definitely keep up with you. If you're lucky you could very well see the world in slow motion. Izuku. Sounds perfect, what's the drawback? A foe. Faster aging, but I already have something lined up for it. Izuku. Okay, Saiyont age fast. A foe. No, you'll be fine. Izuku. Okay, I'm ready I guess. A foe. Good, now this quirk will change quite the bit about you. Your hair could change color, your body shape could change, curtain part could grow larger while others shrink, your DNA will be almost completely changed. Izuku. Just do it already. A foe grabbed Izuku's head and red sparks came from the connection. Izuku screamed in pain and soon passed out from the pain. A foe let go shortly after. A foe. You'll be quite powerful, young Yagi, but I always have a backup, so don't think you can try me. Now let's get you back to the beach. Izuku shoots up with a killer headache early in the morning. He looks around to find himself in his cot in the base Asumi made for him at some point in time. Izuku holds his throbbing headache. Izuku. Son of a bitch, 2 headaches now want me to work for them. He looks around and everything is how it was left, his swords were right beside him. Suddenly the sound of the entrance could be heard. Izuku grabs his sword and waits. Soon his sister shows herself. Asumi. Hi, whoa, you look different. He slowly puts down his sword. Izuku. What do you mean? Asumi. Your hair is long and black, and you look bigger, taller, older. Izuku. I see, so this is what he meant. Asumi. It doesn't matter. There was a moment of silence between them. Asumi. I got some food for you, she said, laying a bag on the floor. Izuku. We need to get you away from them. Asumi. It's fine. Izuku. They're abusing you, Asumi. Trust me, I know how that feels. You need to leave. Asumi. Look, I'm a big girl, and strong. You need to let me handle this on my own. I'm sorry I can't stay long. I have to get back. Izuku. I don't like this. Asumi. It isn't up to you. Just, please stay safe. Asumi left with that. Izuku checked his pockets until he finds what he's looking for. He pulls out a small black flip phone. Izuku. Well, if I'm gonna be with one, might as well be with them all. Izuku opens the phone and presses the call button. The phone automatically dials a number. Edward. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I assume you've made a choice. Izuku. Yes, but I have some requests. Edward. I'll forward them to the boss. What are they? Izuku. One, I want a paycheck like everyone else. Edward. Of course, what else? Izuku. I want to be the one to kill All Might. Edward. We already have a man lined up for that. If you want, you can earn that spot in the ring of combat. Izuku. Can I use my swords? Edward. Yes. Izuku. Good. Lastly, I want someone to watch over my sister. Edward. We have men assigned to watch All Might and Technetic. I'll inform them to keep an eye on the child. Izuku. Well then, it sounds like I'm hired. Edward. I'll run it by the boss. We will call you when we have a response. Izuku. I'll be looking forward to it. The call ends and Izuku puts the phone back in his pocket. Izuku stands up and notices his increased height. Izuku. I should train to get used to my new speed. Izuku exits his cave, leaving his swords inside. Izuku walks down the trash-filled beach for a short while until he reached a slightly less garbage-filled area. Looking around, he spots a long pipe sticking out of a trash pile. Izuku grabbed it and shook it off slightly. Izuku. It's a good size. Izuku gets in a fighting position with the pipe acting as his sword. Izuku lunged forward but lunged too far and landed in a trash pile. He pulls himself out and gets back into a fighting position. Izuku. Whoa, I'm a lot faster than I thought. Gotta keep it under control. Izuku lunges forward again but with less speed, stopping just before a garbage pile. He goes back and forth, increasing speed each time he touched the ground. Moving side to side now at the same speed Izuku was making a dust cloud beneath him. He lunged forward one last time and swung down at a fridge door, cutting it in half. Although the pipe was also completely destroyed. Suddenly the phone went off, interrupting Izuku's training, so he answered. Edward. Hello again, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. Edward. I have an answer from the boss. Now since you willing to kill All Might, I assume that hits won't be an issue for you. Izuku. Like assassinations. Edward. Precisely, you will be killing those our organization deems worthy. Izuku. I assume bad guys. Edward. Bad heroes, other crime organization, or anyone we don't particularly like. Izuku. Okay, but I'll need some sort of disguise. Edward. I'll forward a location. Once there you'll find our tailor. He'll give you options and fit you the proper suit, armor, that sort of thing. Izuku. Sounds like I'm hired. Edward. Indeed, you'll be paid after each job. Longer jobs will be paid in intervals. Izuku. Sounds good. Edward. I look forward to seeing your work, Mr. Midoriya. The call once more ends, but there's a small ping shortly after. Izuku looks at the screen to see a text message that had the previously mentioned address. Izuku closed the phone and put it back in his pocket. Izuku. If this is the course I take, then I have to stick to it. Being a hero will have to wait. Izuku quickly grabs his swords and makes his way to the location he was given. Izuku arrives at a small building in the middle of town. It looked like a run-down dry cleaner. Izuku was suspicious, and worried he had the wrong address, but decided to enter anyways. There was an old man at the cash register. Izuku. Hello, I was sent by Edward Foe. Old man. Are you the new requirement? Come, it in the back. Izuku follows the old guy into a side door that lead to a separate room full of different suits. Old man. Take your pick, if you like different things I can make custom suit. Izuku looks around. Izuku. I like the hood and mask combo here and the armor over here, but not the cape. I like the boots on this one but not the color. Old man. I see, I have a special tool in mind for you. You use swords, yes? Izuku. Yes I do. Old man. Then you need hidden sword. Look. He pulls out a gauntlet from a box. He presses a button and a short blade comes from the top of the wrist. Old man. This 40 centimeters blade completely hidden on your forearm. Izuku. Nice, that will come in handy. Old man. Yes, you go now. I have what I need. Come tomorrow, suit will be done. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku left the store. Izuku. Now what? Izuku walked off in a random direction. Izuku. I guess I should probably train more, considering I'm not really used to me. I need something more solid than the beach. Izuku walks until he comes across the entrance to a forest. Izuku. Hey, I know this area. Izuku walked inside the forest and keeps going for quite a while. But eventually he made his way to a small stream with a pond. There was also some litter inculcating some police tape. Izuku. This place sure has changed, but I'm glad it survived. Izuku walks around the pond slightly and sits on a small rock near the edge of the water. Izuku. Things back then were rough, but at least they were simple. Now I'm a swordsman. My sister is the one being abused. I am in with more than one crime organization including the mafia, where I'm now a hitman. Izuku took a deep breath and sighed. Izuku. I wish you guys were still here. I think I need guidance, cause I feel like I'm running wild. He held Seto's sword tight. Izuku. I don't know what to do. Do I keep going, or try to change what's happening? Izuku sighed once more and got up. Izuku. No changing what happened. I've made my choices. I just hope they were good ones. Izuku walks away from the pond steadily, looking forward to tomorrow. Izuku is currently on top of a building putting on the finishing touches of his new suit. Izuku. Okay Izuku, you can do this. It really got vigilantism and they are good people. Just because I'm doing this doesn't mean I'm the bad guy, right? Izuku sighs as he put on the last piece of the suit. He had a slim plated bodysuit down his arms and legs. With the plating getting a little more heavy around the vital parts of his torso, he had a type of utility belt with 2 spare holes on the left side. For his sword he had a hoodie that was connected straight to his mask, which covers his eyes, cheekbones and went over his nose, but not enough to block his air, though unlike Izuku asked, it came with a cape that was unnecessarily long in his opinion, and he was wearing thick boots and gauntlets to protect his hands and feet, and all colored a nice dark green. Izuku. Not bad, the old man knows his stuff. I hope this cape won't become an issue. Izuku sits down next to the edge of a building and takes out the black phone he was given and waited. When the phone eventually ringed. Edward. Good to see you're eager, mister. Midoriya, I've got your first target here for you. Izuku. Lay it on me. Edward. I startup hero who isn't becoming as popular as he wanted, started taking money from criminals in order to distract other heroes. He's not powerful and is hardly a D-lister, should be easy for your first job. Izuku. Just tell me when and where. Edward. Forwarding the info now, good luck. Izuku. Got it, thanks. The call ended and Izuku put the phone back in his pocket. Izuku. Kinda funny I'm doing this for someone who abused me once, but I'm gonna be the help to her that I never had, well not until Sensei at least. Izuku got up and prepared himself, no going back now. Izuku took off in a specific direction. After a short sprint Izuku landed on a roof close to his target. He was walking along the street casually whistling as he went along. Izuku silently followed him until the hero turned down an alleyway. Izuku. Now that's not on your patrol route. Izuku watched over the edge of the building as his target approached a van. Izuku. Need to take him down silently, let's see what this suit has in terms of gadgets. Izuku pulled out a small sheet of paper. Izuku. Let's see, throwing knives, smoke bombs, hidden sword, hidden blade. Wait, what's the difference between hidden sword and blade? Hey, open up. Izuku looked back over the edge to say some guys hopping out of the van and conversing with the heroes. Izuku. I want to stop them but I have to stick to my mission, plus if the hero they want distracted is not then they will be captured by the real heroes. Izuku waited until they were done and the van drove off. The hero decided this was the best moment to stop for a smoke. Izuku jumped off the roof just behind the hero. But to his surprise the fall didn't hurt and was completely silent. Izuku mind. Thank you old man. Izuku grabbed a combat knife from his boot and held it up. Izuku mind. No going back. He held the mon's mouth and slit his throat with the knife. Izuku laid the hero down slowly. Izuku. I'm sorry, but in your next life, be a better man. He closed the mon's eyes before running to the closest ladder to get back onto a roof and ran off into the distance. Once a fair distance away he stopped for a breath. Izuku. I've killed before, but this time felt wrong, but he was a bad guy, right? Izuku then remembers the words his sensei told him. Seto. You'll never be prepared for this. Izuku. But try and close your heart. Izuku took out the phone and made a call. Izuku. It's done. Edward. Excellent timing, usually it takes longer for a first time. Izuku. I've killed before, who's my next target? Edward. I see. Well, I wasn't expecting you done this fast so I didn't line up a second target. It will correct my mistake for the future. Izuku. Man, you know how long it takes me to get into this suit. Edward. I'm sure it's quite the tale but I must leave you now, your pay will be added to your account when the news about our hero arrives. Izuku. Okay, you don't mind if I just do vigilante work then? Edward. No, but I warn you Mr. Midoriya, our organization works with quite the number of people, so try to be careful. Edward. Who are you talking to? Edward. That will be all Mr. Midoriya. The call quickly ended. Izuku. Sounded like a young girl's voice. Damn, Edward's got game. He put the phone back in his pocket. Izuku. Wait, what account? Damn it. Izuku sighed. The cold breeze blew against the exposed parts of Izuku's face lightly. Izuku. I'm sorry, I'll try and make it up to you. He got up and started running looking for any semblance of crime. I didn't take long for him to come across some guys that were loading things into a van. Izuku. Oh, it's these guys again. Guess this is what they were doing, but where's the hero? He waited a short while just watching them load crates into the van. Seeing no sign of the hero, Izuku jumps off the roof and hides behind a dumpster a short distance away. Izuku looks at the paper shortly before grabbing throwing knives from the base of his gauntlets. Izuku readies one and waits for the most opportune moment. Izuku throws the knife, hitting a guy holding a crate in the base of the spine. He screams out in pain, causing the other two to run over and check on him. Izuku charges them both and slams their heads together, knocking them out. Izuku takes his knife back and wipes it off before putting it back where it goes. Izuku. You'll live in prison, and you'll be right there with them. Izuku freezes, then slowly turns around. At the entrance of the alley, a man stood in a fighting position holding some sort of scarf with glowing red eyes. Eraserhead. Come quietly, and I won't hurt you, Izuku. This man has been stabbed in an artery. He is around 4 minutes before he bleeding out and dies. Do you really think you can fight and capture me and have enough time to get him to the hospital? Izuku mind. Please work, please work, please work. Eraserhead looked pissed. Izuku slowly started walking away, and when it was obvious that he wasn't going to follow, he broke out into a full sprint. Eraserhead ran to the man to find him bleeding relatively little. Eraserhead. Damn it, I've been tricked. He's smart and dangerous. He called for an ambulance and backup. While he waited for them to show up, he went to check out the crates. Eraserhead. Trigger. What's that? With Izuku, he's currently sprinting at full force across rooftops. Izuku. Holy shit, I can't believe that worked. Thank you, Shi, for teaching me the basics of medicine. Izuku ran all the way back to his hideout and quickly stripped himself of the suit. Izuku. That was stressful, but I liked it. My heart is pounding. Who was that hero? What was he holding? Izuku calmed himself, slowly relaxed his breathing and steadied his heart rate. Izuku. Okay, for every hit I do, I must put at least someone in jail. I know it's not even, but with heroes off the streets, someone has to pick up the slack. Should I have a name? Maybe the media will give me one. Across the city, Tsukauchi. Aizawa, what brings you here today? Aizawa. Problems, but what else is new, Tsukauchi? What happened, or are you gonna make me read the report? Aizawa. New Vigilante took down some guys. Problem number 1. They guys were carrying some sort of new drug we know nothing about. Probably number 2, a hero died right near my route. Only about a minute before I got there. He looked like he was laid to rest calmly and assassinated with precision. Tsukauchi. Problems indeed. Do you think it was the same guy? Aizawa. It crossed my mind, but it's unlikely. Killing heroes and stopping villains are pretty far apart for one man to do. I think it was just coincidence. Tsukauchi. Maybe. Try to get some rest, huh? You look like shit. Aizawa. I'll try, Tsukauchi. You know I know when you lying. Aizawa. Whatever. Hey, where's All Might been lately? Feels like he's out less and less nowadays. Tsukauchi. Oh, I doubt it's anything serious. You know he's a meathead. Aizawa. And a headache. Alright, I'm going home, Tsukauchi. Seriously, try and sleep. Aizawa just waved him off. Tsukauchi. A new vigilante, huh? And some sort of assassination. Wonder if they're connected somehow. Izuku wakes up around 12 that day, completely exhausted from the previous night. Izuku. Man, I wasn't even out that long. I'll have to get used to a new schedule. Izuku had tucked his suit under the bed the night before, so he didn't have to worry about tripping over it. Izuku did, however, trip over a bag. Izuku. What the hell? He picked up the bag and read the note attached. Hey, I saw you were asleep and I didn't want to wake you. I got some snacks for you and an extra blanket cause winter is coming soon. Asumi. Izuku. Oh yeah, winter. The entrance exams are shortly after, aren't they? I'll need more than an extra blanket though. Oh wait. Izuku pulled out the black phone and dialed the number like usual. Edward. Mr. Midoriya, how may I assist you? Izuku. Sorry to bother, I was gonna ask yesterday but you got cut off. You mentioned an account yesterday but I don't own one. Edward. My apologies, I forgot to mention there is a card in one of your suit pockets along with the code to it. I suggest you memorize it then burn it. Izuku. Thanks, Edward. Edward. You're welcome, Mr. Midoriya. The call ends like usual and Izuku goes to his suit to look for a card. Izuku. Found it. Looks like any ordinary bank card. Oh, here's the code. Got it. Izuku stuffed the paper back into his suit for now. The next thing he found was an id. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, height 5 feet 8, weight 189, quirk cellular enhancement. Did they measure me? And they know about my quirk. I'm sure this will come up later. Izuku heard a ding on his phone. He opened it to see $1,000 added to account. Izuku. Nice, if that's the amount I get for low levels then higher ones must pay real well. With this I'll be able to get everything I need to survive the winter. Izuku puts the card in his pocket and decides to go on a small shopping spree. He leaves his swords behind as to not draw any attention to himself and leaves. He walks over to a mall he'd seen once or twice. He enters the mall and is in semi-awe at all the shops. Izuku. So this is a mall, huh? I've never been in one. Guess it was more of a friend thing, but it should have everything I need right now. The first thing Izuku did was buy a sturdy wallet for his ID and debit card. After that he browsed stores for what he could need. A small space heater was the next thing to be purchased. It was small but $80, but at least it was battery-powered and portable so he could continue shopping comfortably. After the heater some clothing was next as had only been wearing the clothes Asumi had gave him this far. The next was a plug-in gorge foreman grill, something he could use to cook if he needed to. And the last thing was a giant battery he could use to plug things in. He decided to have some lunch before he left. Well, late lunch, super. It was getting dark out and the mall was closing soon. Izuku got a call from his black phone. Edward. Evening, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. Edward, when do you sleep? Do you even have days off? Edward, the first have a unique sleep schedule and no. Now if you're done questioning me, I have new targets, 3 to be exact. Izuku. I'm currently in a mall away from my suit. Edward. You have till 6 p.m. to complete the mission. Your account will be updated for each news headline. Izuku. You go. The call ended before Izuku could say anything more. Izuku. Well, that was rude, he sighed. Izuku. Better get back then. Izuku finished his meal and took his things back to his home. Izuku. Maybe I'll be able to get an apartment soon, he said as he started putting on his gear. Once he was done he grabbed his swords and made his way across town towards the first target. Izuku. The hero you're after likes little girls and isn't nice about it. I trust. No more info needed. Izuku nodded at the text and put the phone away and started following his target. The hero never stopped smiling, but it wasn't a nice smile, creeper than anything else. Izuku went into one of his pockets and pulled out a needle in a small plastic bag. Izuku then pulled out the small paper about his suit. Izuku. Poison needle. Untraceable, so you don't have to worry about retrieving it. P.S. Antidote included. Izuku threw the needle, but he didn't know how to throw it properly, so it just bounced off the hero's head. Unluckily for Izuku, this put the hero on guard. Izuku mind. Fu. Izuku jumped off the building into an alleyway and hid behind a dumpster. He quickly grabbed a nearby can and threw it farther down the alley. Hero. Found you. Surrender, villain, he said blindly, running down the alley. Izuku simply set his foot out, tripping the hero. He then jumped on his back and stabbed him in the back of the hero's lung, making him unable to scream as he died. Izuku wiped his knife off and quickly escaped the scene, making his way to the next target. He started reading the description as he was running across rooftops. Izuku. The man you're after is the second command to a startup crime organization which is causing problems for us. Send them a message by killing the right-hand man. Izuku put the phone back in his pocket. Izuku. I guess they are still a mafia. Izuku quickly found the guy as he was showing off with gold chains and handing out tons of money wherever he went. The problem was he was in the red light district, aka the late-night bars, strip clubs and brothels. Izuku was able to blend into the crowd, and thanks to his cape he was able to hide his swords. Izuku. Hot damn, it was useful. Izuku didn't even stand out as there was a number of men wearing cloaks and hiding their face. Izuku got as close as he could to the target, and when he was finally close enough he grabbed the back of the head and activated the hidden blades. The Assassin Creed weapons, he stabbed up directly into the brain. Izuku dropped the man and walked away. It was almost a full minute before a woman screamed over the dead body, but by that point Izuku was long gone and off towards the final target. Izuku. This is a CB level hero who has been using his money to fundraise a human trafficking ring. Others will be dealing with that tomorrow if you're able to take out this hero today. Izuku puts the phone away and heads off to the hero. He is currently in his own apartment and not on duty. The biggest problem was the apartment hero storehouse. An apartment specifically for heroes. If he made too much noise, then every hero in the building would be after him. Izuku was able to see his target from across the street through his window. Izuku, who was currently on the roof of the building opposite, trying to think of a plan in order to stealthily take out this hero. Izuku checked his built-in watch, which showed it being 2:30 p.m. Izuku. Man, this hero is still awake at this hour? I bet he also slacks off at his job. Izuku hot comfortable as he watched the hero. Izuku. Man, I didn't realize that there were so many bad heroes, but I guess I was being naive. Izuku took out the paper that explained his suit and decided this was the best time to fully understand his suit. Izuku. So poison needles, smoke bombs, throwing knives, a regular knife in each boot, a watch built in that I already found, a empty needle for extracting DNA, a cape tie. Izuku pressed the button that the paper explained to and it caused his cape to come together like a long ponytail. Izuku. Oh, that's definitely useful. He pressed it again, releasing the cape. Izuku. So hidden sword, hidden blades which I already used, a small wrist-mounted flamethrower. It was true, on one hand he had a hidden sword, the other had a box part which held a flamethrower. Izuku. Damn, that old man really put in everything he could. When would I even need a flamethrower? Izuku paused for a moment. He took out the small paper that held his card's code and used the flamethrower to set it on fire. It wasn't large nor bright due to the low setting it was on, so Izuku didn't have to worry about being seen. Izuku. And a whetstone. I guess to sharpen my blades. That old man deserves way more than what they could possibly be paying him. Izuku looks back up to his target's apartment to find him passed out on the couch. Izuku. The TV should cover my entry. I should see if that old man has a grappling hook or something, cause I have to scale that building. Luckily I practiced with the mountain. And good thing practice makes perfect, cause Izuku was able to reach the 23rd floor in a matter of seconds. He quietly opened the window he'd been looking through and made his way inside. The apartment was full of garbage and the hero was sitting fast asleep with crumbs all over his belly with a girdle beside him. Izuku. Someone is not as heroic as he lets on. Izuku grabbed the empty needle from his belt. Izuku. I've read about this once, I hope it works. Izuku inserts the needle between the mon's toes and pushes air inside. Izuku rushed out the window, closing it behind him, but stays just enough to see if it works. Man wakes up screaming in pain as he grabbed his chest. He fell to the floor shaking and texting to grab anything to help, but it was no use, he died. Izuku. So pushing air between the toes does cause a heart attack, or at least something close. Better make my escape before someone spots me. Izuku makes his way to the final target on his list for tonight. Izuku. A B rank hero. Warning, he will KO your coming. His quirk is danger sense, passed down from his grandfather. He is currently holding multiple women in his basement. We suggest you free them. Izuku lands at a suburban house in a nice looking neighborhood. Izuku. Wait, I know this neighborhood. Is that Bakugo's house? He said, refuting to a house down the road, modern and rather fancy. Izuku. I always hated that house, but I think that because it was newer. Anyways, back on track. Hero. Too late. Izuku narrowly dodges a kick, but in doing so he had to fall from the roof he was on. Hero. You've come for me, I can sense it. Why? Izuku takes out the black and white sword and gets in a fighting position. The sword glowed a dark gray. Hero. Guess I'll have to get it from you the hard way. The hero pulls out a sword of his own and hot into a different stance. They charged at each other and clashed blades, but what the hero didn't expect was Izuku's sword to go right through his, making a deep cut along his torso. Oh my god. Izuku looks up to see the owner of the house he was on in his doorway right before he ran back inside. But this time Izuku wasn't expecting something. He wasn't expecting the hero to use what was left of his sword to stab Izuku in the abdomen. Izuku stumbles back holding his fresh wound as the hero collapses. Izuku could hear sirens in the distance, which meant more heroes were done to come. Izuku ran into the house of the hero as more neighbors emerged from their houses and heroes showed up. Izuku was sitting on a wall holding his bleeding wound as heroes showed up. Izuku. Right through the Svalar and metal. Hero. Come out with your hands up. Izuku got a ping on his phone. Izuku. A message from Edward. I see you on the news. If captured, don't reveal anything. If you get away, come to this location to get healed. Izuku. Well, glad to know he cares. Izuku stands up, wincing at the pain. Police. You are surrounded. Come out with your hands up. Izuku instead heads towards the basement. He kicks open the door at the bottom, revealing 5 naked, bound and gagged girls in different positions, all a different level of beat up. Izuku grabbed his knife and started cutting them loose. Izuku. Though police are outside, they'll help you. Girl 1. Thank you. Thank you so much. Girl 2. Are you hurt? Do you need help from the police? Izuku. I'm a vigilante. They will put me away forever, just go. Girl. 3 Thank you. Girl 4 To make it up we will distract the police for you. Girl 5. Yeah, go out the back. Izuku laughed a little, spitting up some blood. Izuku. Thanks, now go or I won't make it in time. The girls helped Izuku to the top of the stairs before nodding at each other. Then they all ran outside, arms flailing and crying, still naked. This got everyone's attention, especially the mostly male police force. Izuku took the opportunity to run out the back and get away. Tsukauchi. Well, last night was rather eventful. Aizawa. I heard. What happened? Tsukauchi. Well, that assassin got another hero, in his own apartment. Well, it looks like a heart attack. Our forensic team was able to find a needle hole between his toes. Aizawa. Damn, what's he getting from this? Tsukauchi. Don't know, but he had another target. A hero was found in an alleyway with a poison needle nearby, although the cause of death was a stab wound to the back, right through the lung, stopped him from screaming. Aizawa. Painful way to go, is that it? Tsukauchi. For our assassin maybe. The mafia in the town took out the right-hand man of an upstart crime group. I think they might have used the assassin as the cause of death was a small stab wound up the back of the neck, missed the spine and skull and went straight into the brain. Aizawa. That's a lot quicker compared, and highly skillful. Tsukauchi. Last major thing, your vigilante showed up in a suburban area after a hero. They fought outside and neighbors called the police. The hero is dead. Aizawa. That doesn't sound like vigilantism. Tsukauchi. He was wounded and seemed to have fled into the hero's house, where he released 5 naked women from captivity. Aizawa. The hero's house. Tsukauchi. He must have got a hint that they were there and went to free them. The hero's quirk, danger sense, tipped him off before the vigilante could get inside. Witnesses say they clashed with swords, but our vigilante went right through the hero's sword and slashed him in the chest and through the ribcage. Aizawa. So it might have been an accident to kill him. Tsukauchi. Maybe, but your vigilante got himself higher up on the wanted list with this accident. Aizawa. No longer an investigation. Tsukauchi. Yep, heroes are after him. Aizawa. I'm guessing he used the girls as an scapegoat. Tsukauchi. Yes, but we were able to follow a blood trail. Aizawa. No body though. Tsukauchi. No, it ended in a large puddle. We think he passed out, but someone saw him and got him help. Aizawa. A teammate maybe. Tsukauchi. Possible but unlikely. Aizawa. Assign me to his hunt. I'll make sure he's captured and handled properly. He doesn't seem bad, but I'll keep my guard up. Tsukauchi. I thought you'd say that, so I already put your name in for the night team. Aizawa. Good, let's catch us a vigilante. With Izuku. Izuku wakes up to a steady beeping noise. He opens his crusted eyes and looks around. It looked like a dimly lit doctor's office, but a little dirty. Izuku rubs the gunk from his eyes and sits up, only to wince at the pain in his side and lay back down. Welcome back, young Midoriya. Izuku looks to his side to see the man who gave him his quirk. A foe. I expected more from you. Izuku. I let my guard down. A foe. Oh, I'm well aware. Your mafia friends have been searching for you, as well as the police. Izuku. Sounds about right. The question is which side wants me dead more. A foe. Don't worry, they deemed the hero's death an accident thanks to the witness, and your mafia friends want to keep you away from the police. Izuku. An accident. A foe. Yes, but we will discuss that later. I'm calling in that favor you owe me, plus this one. Izuku. Oh, this can't be good. A foe. I want you to enroll in UA, and tell me about the students and teachers. Izuku. Oh, anyone in particular you want to know about? A foe. All Might. Izuku's eyes went wide. A foe. He'll be teaching there starting this year. Izuku. I see, I'm guessing I have little to no choice. A foe. Indeed. Izuku. Yay. Okay, I'll do it. A foe. I'm glad you'll play ball. Izuku. What? A foe. It's an old saying. Now let's get you up. I'm sure your mafia friends would love to see you. Izuku was blindfolded and taken away. When the blindfold was taken off, he was in an alleyway and back in his suit, although damaged. Izuku made his way to the street. So you were alive. We expected you to be dead in a dumpster somewhere. Izuku. Mafia. Yep. Come on. Izuku. Carry me, only if you're dead. Izuku. Here's hoping. Izuku followed the man a few blocks where they entered a blank building. They continued down some stairs. Edward. Good to see you alive, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. Evening, Edward. How's the family? Edward. Fine, I see you've been parched up. Izuku. Yeah, I'm fine. Edward. Good, come with me, we have much to discuss. In another part of town. Mitsuki. Oh, look who finally decided to wake up. Bakugo. Shut up, old hag. Mitsuki. Don't call me that, you brat. Bakugo. Whatever. Mitsuki. I'm guessing you slept through the ruckus last night. Bakugo. Oh, please enlighten me. Mitsuki. Don't get snobby, the hero down the street was attacked. Bakugo. Oh, he okay. Mitsuki. No, he died, but the surprising part is he had sex slaves or something in his basement, a vigilante freed them. Bakugo. Wait, really? Mitsuki. Yeah, that must have been so scary for them, I can't imagine what I'd do if that happened to me. Bakugo. Like anyone would want you. Mitsuki slapped him upside the head. Bakugo. What the hell, old hag? Mitsuki. I told you to stop calling me that. And be nice. Bakugo. Whatever, I'm going out, I'm gonna go see if I can get Asumi out of the house. Mitsuki. If you do bring her by, it's been a while. Bakugo. Sure, whatever. With that he left his house. On their way he passed by the hero's house, which had police tape as well as a few officers going in and out still. He huffed and kept walking. Once he made it to the Yagi residence, he went up and knocked on the door. Inko. Oh, hello Katsuki, how have you been? Bakugo. Good, auntie, is Asumi here? We haven't been able to do anything lately. Inko. Oh, I'm sorry, but she's busy, maybe tomorrow. Bakugo. I've been trying for months, when is she gonna be free? Inko. I'm sorry Katsuki, but she needs to stay focused, she's trying to become a hero. Bakugo. I know, we used to train together, but suddenly she stops showing up, and if I do see her she's bruised. Inko. I know it's terrible, isn't it? I wish she didn't work herself so hard, but she needs to focus. Inko shut the door in Bakugo's face, which made him growl. He stomps off. Inko. So she has been seeing him. Oh dear, Yoshi isn't gonna like this. Back with our protagonist. Izuku and Edward sat at each end of a desk. Edward. I'd like to apologize once more, Mr. Midoriya. It seems like I gave you too much. Izuku. Wait, please, it wasn't too much, I just got distracted, I can do this. Edward. I'm afraid we already have something else in mind for you. Izuku. Come on, give me another chance, I can still help you. Edward. Please let me finish, we have a special job for you, one of the long ones I mentioned before. Izuku. What is it? Edward. We want you to enter us, and make note of the kids who were there for the wrong reasons. You will also use this opportunity to train to be strong enough for All Might. Izuku. I see. Edward. Yes, you will have a monthly pay and will be given an appointment near Ua for convenience. Izuku. Well, there doesn't seem like there's a downside. Edward. No, we don't tend to force you, you can always refuse. Izuku. Can I still go on hits and vigilante work? Edward. Yes, I'll set something up for you every so often, but I also want you to keep low and avoid suspicion. Izuku. I understand. Edward. Good, now visit our doctor before you go, you about to bleed onto my carpet. Izuku. Yes sir, and thanks for trusting me to keep going. Edward. Don't disappoint Mr. Midoriya. Izuku left to deal with his injury. Edward. So this is the son of the dragon, huh? He seems strong and capable, just lacks experience. Mr. Nickel. Indeed, our founder would be proud of him. Another jump in scenes. Bakugo is walking down the street still angry from his visit to the Yagi house. Bakugo. What is their problem? He grumbles to himself. Bakugo. Whatever, I'm gonna go train on my own. In his own head he didn't even notice when he walked directly into someone. Bakugo. Watch where you're going, moron. He looks up to see a tall buff man clenching his side. Izuku. Oh, it's you. Bakugo. We met before. Izuku. I saw you when you got captured by that slime villain. Bakugo. So what of it? Izuku. You let off explosions to try and get free, destroying the surrounding area and hurting people. Bakugo. Who the hell are you? Izuku. An aspiring hero. I'm just a little disappointed that someone like you is also trying to be a hero. Bakugo. Shut up, aren't you a little old to be in a hero school? Izuku. We are the same age. Bakugo. No way, what's your name? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo. Izuku. Izuku. Midoriya, that's me, don't bother introducing yourself, I already know your name. Bakugo. Whatever, like I'd introduce myself to a loser like you. Izuku. Let me give a word of advice, when you reach us you'll find you're no longer the strongest around, get your ego in check. He said, brushing by Bakugo. Bakugo. Shut the fuck up. I don't need advice from some extra. But Izuku was already gone and Bakugo was just yelling at himself. He huffed and continued walking. Izuku was on his way to his apartment where his stuff should meet him. When Izuku got there he had to ride the elevator almost to the top of the building. Izuku entered his apartment to find a small cozy place with a couch and small TV set up. The living room was connected to the kitchen which didn't have a lot of counter space but that was alright. Izuku walks into the short hallway where he finds the bathroom on one side and his room on the other. He enters his room to find a small empty one-person bed and a desk with a chair. Izuku. This place is nice, I guess this is my home for the next little while. I should tell Asumi I've moved, just so she doesn't worry. Izuku locks the door behind him but runs into someone as he turns around. Oh sorry, I didn't mean to run into you. Izuku looks to see a short round-faced girl with brown hair. Izuku. No, it was my fault, I should have looked where I was going, Ms. Oh, my name is Ochako Uraraka. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Uraraka. You going down? Izuku. Yes, care to join me? Uraraka giggled. Uraraka. I was gonna ask that, so you knew in town. Izuku. No, I just moved to be closer to Ua. Uraraka. Oh, are you a teacher? Izuku. No, I'm planning on becoming a student. Uraraka. Whoa, no way, you look so much older than me. Izuku. You also planning on going? Uraraka. Yeah. Izuku. Well, I look forward to seeing you there. The elevator doors open letting them both get out. Uraraka. Yeah, that sounds great, where are you off to today? Izuku. Oh, nowhere special. Uraraka. Oh, okay then, goodbye, I look forward to seeing you again. Izuku. Me too. They separated and Izuku makes his way to the beach. When he gets there he enters the hideout which had been emptied. Izuku. I'll have to leave a note. He writes down a note saying he hot on apartment and she should come visit. Izuku. It's about 9 months till the entrance exam, better get ready. Izuku stood outside Ua with only his sword. If he was gonna continue doing vigilante work he can't afford people recognizing his swords. And since he hasn't used the green one since the mountain it seemed like a perfect way to keep his identity protected. He wasn't wearing anything special, just something the old man cooked up. Izuku told him about the green flames from his sword and the old man went to work making a loose track suit that was fireproof and protective. Izuku already told him he wanted the old man to make his hero suit and the old man broke out in tears. Turns out he made hero suit back in the day and was very popular, but he kept trying to add more and soon new people came, and he was retired, but the mafia kept him in work and he's never been happier. He's kept the people safe, even though Izuku was stabbed, a blade that was supposed to go through him stopped halfway through. It's been 9 months since that thought. Asumi hasn't been in contact since he moved into an apartment. He's checked on her but she just dismissed him and turned him away. Izuku still comes by every so often but doesn't bother trying to see her. But now he's at Ua to be in the hero course, although it's under 2 different crime organizations it's still technically completing his childhood dream. Izuku makes his way inside to an auditorium and to his assigned seat. It didn't take long for the room to fill up and the presentation to start. But what sucked was Bakugo was sat beside him so he was being glared at throughout the explanation. But Izuku ignored it nonetheless. The written exam was rather difficult for Izuku, due to him pretty much skipping the last 2 to 3 years of school. But he did prepare the last little while by studying in a library. The written exam was done and soon the explanation for the practical. There was some random kid yelling at Bakugo for not paying attention due to him staring at Izuku. But that quickly ended when Bakugo started screeching and cussing at him. Present Mike had to threaten to disqualify them both for everything to calm down. And then there was the practical. Izuku was near the back due to him being last off the bus to the fake city. Izuku did happen to see Uraraka however, who seemed nervous and halfway through psyching herself out. He walked over to her but was stopped by the kid from earlier. Iida, are you planning on distracting her? As a future hero I can't allow you impair her concentration, he said with some weird hand chops. Izuku, that's my neighbor Ochako Uraraka, and she's not concentrating dumbass, she's panicking. Thought you would have learned after your fight with Bakugo not to bother other people. Izuku brushes by him and continues to make his way to Uraraka. Izuku. Hello neighbor. Uraraka. Oh Midoriya, it's been a while. Izuku. Yeah, I guess we've just missed each other, you seem nervous. Uraraka. Hey yeah, this is my future, I'm just scared I'll mess it up. Izuku. You won't mess up, you're smart, you'll think of something. Uraraka. Thanks Midoriya. Izuku. No problem, I think it's gonna start soon. Uraraka. Thanks again. Izuku made his way closer to the door to the city as President Mike started his speech. But Izuku noticed the doors open before Mike was done. So he ran in before anyone else. The crowd complained and yelled. President Mike, there's no countdowns in real life, go. 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 Izuku draws his sword. He spots a three-pointer that was out in front. Izuku's blade glowed green before it burst out into a massive amount of flames. Izuku sliced through the first robot, but what he didn't expect to happen was a green line continuing on cutting through the rest of the robot behind and a building before stopping. One by one the robots exploded in their spot. The crowd stared in awe as the building collapsed to the ground. Even Present Mike was surprised. Izuku looked at his sword which had a steady green flame running across. Izuku charged forward once more, sword ablaze. This made everyone else start moving again. Izuku lessens the amount of energy he uses per slash so that he only takes down the intended target and not another student by mistake. But nonetheless he was cutting down robots like they were nothing. After a while of racking up points and leaving a trail of robot parts and fire, Izuku decided to take a break. He cuts a square out of a wall and lets it fall, effectively making himself a seat. He just watches as the students and robot fight, some easier than others and a few gave him a dirty look, like this one purple-haired student who just flipped him off. But Izuku understands, he's a powerful person, but he's also worked hard to get here. Other than the quirk that made him like 10 times better at everything he did, but it's not like his life has been without hardship. Izuku waits until there was only 2 minutes left before he starts moving again. He was mainly just strolling through the empty streets as the fighting had moved elsewhere. That was however until a loud rumbling occurred and screaming. Izuku ran in the direction of the screaming. He stopped when he saw a giant robot standing over the buildings. Izuku. Whoa, now that is pretty cool. Izuku ducked into an alleyway and watched as the zero-pointer went on its rampage. But that's not what he was watching for. He was looking at the students. And it didn't take long for what he was waiting for to happen. A girl's scream could be heard as falling debris trapped her in place. Izuku immediately started running towards the zero-pointer, sword drawn. An absolutely massive amount of green fire emerged from his sword as he ran forward. A few students yelled at him to stop or turn around, but they were more focused on saving their own skin. Izuku lowers the tip of the blade toward the ground, heating up the ground to a red-hot state as he ran by. He jumps up a few meters into the air and swings up the flames, manifesting into a green beam slicing the zero-pointer in half. Izuku lands and sheaths his blade as the 2 halves of the zero-pointer came crashing down. Izuku casually walks up to Uraraka, who was in awe, and the girl trapped under the rubble. Izuku casually rolls the piece off of her and helps her up. She was still in awe that she didn't even realize her leg was broken until she tried to step forward. Izuku caught her and picked her up and started walking away. The exam was announced finished and all injured to one spot. So Izuku took Uraraka all the way to the entrance where Recovery Girl was treating people. Uraraka still hasn't said a word and just keeps staring at Izuku. Izuku. Hey, I got a broken leg here. RG. And yet you seem to be walking perfectly fine. Izuku. Wow, didn't expect a sense of humor. RG. Only occasionally. What's do we have here? Izuku, I'd say a low energy tibia fracture. She will probably need a cast. RG. Wow, you know your stuff, but no need, Sunny. RG kisses her on the cheek and suddenly her leg started growing green. RG. Does she also have head trauma? Izuku. Now that I could tell, I think she's a little starstruck. RG. Oh, I see. Well, she should be good to go now. Izuku. Wow, how does you work? RG. I just activate and speed up the healing. Of course this uses your own energy too, not mine. Izuku. Heal too much and someone could die. RG. You are a smart one. No doubt you getting in. I must be off, dearie. Have others to heal. Izuku. Oh right, sorry to take up your time. RG. Oh, not at all. She waves as she continues to other patients nearby. Izuku lightly slaps Uraraka, bring her back to reality. Uraraka. Whoa, what happened? Izuku. You got stuck, so I saved you and brought you to the medic. Uraraka. Oh thanks. Wait, how did you take out the 0-pointer? Izuku. Later. You must be tired. Uraraka. You're right, I am a little tired. Izuku. You wanna walk home together? Uraraka blushed slightly. Uraraka. Why yeah, that sounds nice, thanks for saving me. Izuku. You're welcome. Uraraka and Izuku chat a little as they walk home and finally separate and say their goodbyes at their apartment doors. They both enter their own apartments. Izuku. I took down the 0-pointer, yes. This is proof in getting stronger. Don't worry, Asumi, I'm coming for you. Even if you don't want it, you need to be saved. The first day at school, Izuku arrived at UA in their uniform. With a few alterations he made. Well, had made was more accurate, as Izuku had asked the old man to make some changes. For one, an extra long and strong belt loop to put his sword in while wearing it. Secondly, he had some weights sewn in so that he wouldn't lose muscle mass from sitting around all day. The weights also acted as a form of protection. And lastly, he added some style that the uniform was missing. Nothing major, but the inside had fancy colors and the collar was changed to be more fashionable as well as the sleeve ends. And it was even altered to fit him properly so it wouldn't make him look weird. But in all, it was still a UA uniform. Thank whatever god people believe in, that UA allowed a certain amount of individuality. Izuku walked through the halls aimlessly until he finally stumbled upon his classroom. He opens the large doors colored 1A and steps inside. Iida. Get you feet off the desk. You're disrespecting UA property. Bakugo. Fuck off, 4 eyes. Take the stick out of your ass and leave me alone. Iida. How rude. You're acting very unhero-like. Izuku looked around the room. A raven-haired girl who looks way too ready to start class. A split-haired boy who looked super bored. A bird with legs reading a book. An invisible girl who was staring at split hair although no one could see it. And the last person there this early was a full-grown man sleeping under the teacher's desk. Iida. Ah, hello. Izuku looked back to the screaming man to find him approaching and waving at him. Iida. You're the guy that took down the 0-pointer, am I correct? Izuku. Yep, that's me. Iida. Your power is impressive, if you don't mind me asking how you did it. Izuku. Maybe later. Iida. I see, I'm looking forward to it. He returned to yelling at Bakugo, who was eyeing Izuku, who just smirked and went to his seat. Which just so happened to be behind Bakugo. Soon more students arrived and took their seat. Most were talking rather loudly as they introduced themselves and conversed with one another. Izuku took notice when Asumi arrived. She saw him almost immediately and went wide-eyed, but quickly composed herself and went to her seat. Izuku didn't talk much and was more caught up in his own mind. Izuku mind. I wonder what they are really like. Are they nice on the outside but mean on the inside like my parents? Do they hate quirkless like Bakugo? I think I'll keep my distance for now. Oh, that guy started moving. Izuku was right as a yellow caterpillar made its way from under the desk to the podium at the front of the room. Aizawa. Alright, listen up. My name is Shota Aizawa, or Pro Hero Eraserhead. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years if you make it that far. Now change into these gym uniforms and meet me outside in the field. Uraraka. Sir, what about orientation? Aizawa. This is a hero school. We don't have time for useless time-wasting things like sitting in an auditorium and listening to Nezu talk for 3 hours. Now move it, I won't ask again. He said with his eyes starting to glow. Mostly everyone hurried out the door to go change, but Izuku made sure Aizawa saw him take his sweet time leaving the room. But what surprised Aizawa was when Izuku was the first to show up at the field. Izuku was in the gym uniform holding his sword in hand as he didn't have a place to put it anymore. Aizawa. You're an interesting one, Izuku. Thanks, I guess. Aizawa. So how'd you get out here so fast? You took your time leaving. Izuku. Skipped the locker room, changed in the bathroom, less talking, less people. Aizawa took note of the scars on Izuku's forearms but decided it wasn't a good time to talk about them as the rest of the class arrived. Aizawa. Okay, you'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. Basically it will let me know where you are and where you need to improve. We will start with the ball throw test. He pulled a ball out of a nearby basket that was full to the brim of the same balls. Aizawa. Guess we'll start with the person who scored highest on the exam. Bakugo made an overconfident smirk as he stepped up in front of the crowd. Aizawa. You weren't first. Go back in line, Bakugo. What, then who was? Aizawa pointed at Izuku, who was stood there calmly. Bakugo was about to blow up with anger at the fact that Izuku scored more than him. Izuku. No, let him go first, it will be more interesting. Aizawa. Fine, let's just get a move on. Bakugo stomped up to Aizawa and took the ball. Aizawa. Throw it as far as you can, just stay in the circle. Bakugo once more stomped like a child ever to the circle. Bakugo. Die, he said, launching the ball with an explosion. Most of the class giggled at Bakugo when he said die. Aizawa showed the little device he was holding. Class 705.3 meters. Uraraka. Wow, that's far. Iida. Was the die really necessary? Aizawa. You want to go next, or are you gonna wait for the rest of the class to go? Izuku. No, I'll go. Izuku walked up and took the ball from Aizawa and continued to the circle. Izuku threw th ball straight up into the air. When it came back down, Izuku hit it with his sheathed sword like a bat, sending the ball flying. Izuku. Probably shouldn't do that with a sword, Aizawa. Hey, whatever works. He showed the device, which read 708.4 meters. Aizawa. Alright, who's next? Mina. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Aizawa. Fun, huh? How's this for fun? Whoever scores last gets expelled. Class. What? Uraraka. But we've worked so hard to get here. Aizawa. Life isn't fair, Izuku. You can say that again. He said to himself. Aizawa. Being a hero is tough work, and you're not up for it, then sucks. You don't deserve to be here. Now. Who's next? The tests went on for the rest of the day, with Izuku scoring in the top 3 in every one. But it was a constant struggle between him, Bakugo, Asumi, Ravenhair and Split Hair. Although Uraraka did win the ball throw, not really much anyone can do against Infinity. Soon the test results arrive. Asumi was in first place with Izuku behind her. Ravenhair was next with Bakugo in fourth. Izuku chuckled at Bakugo's temper tantrum at not being first. Aizawa. Alright, class dismissed. Go home, I don't want to look at you. Iida. What about the expulsion? The entire class glared at him. Aizawa. Oh yeah, I made that up so that you'd all try your hardest. The class deadpanned Aizawa. Alright, goodbye, I'm gonna go take a nap. He walked away from the class fairly quickly. Iida. Well, I guess we just go home now? Denki. Sounds like a plan. Uraraka. Hey Izuku, class was pretty scary, huh? Izuku. Yeah, a little. Wonder why he didn't expel anyone. Uraraka. Who knows, but I'm glad he didn't. Wanna walk home together? Izuku glanced at Asumi, who was on her way back to the locker rooms. Izuku. Sure. Uraraka. Nice, you were rather silent during class. Izuku. Yeah, I was. Lost in thought. Uraraka. For 3 hours? Izuku. It was a deep thought. Uraraka. Wanna know what I think? Izuku. Sure, Uraraka. You just don't want to talk to people, that's why you changed in the bathroom too. Izuku. Oh well, you caught me, now let's go, I want to change. Uraraka. Ah, okay. Izuku and Uraraka changed in their respective rooms before rejoining to walk back to their apartment building together. They waved bye at Izuku's door, where Izuku entered and Uraraka continued down the hall. Izuku shut his door. Izuku. You know this is breaking the law, very unheroic. Asumi. Why are you in Ua, and you close with that whore girl? Izuku. If you mean Uraraka, she's a neighbor, friend. Asumi. Don't avoid the question. Izuku. You're the one who changed it. Asumi. If you're in Ua to protect me, then save it. I'm clearly strong, so you should just drop out. Izuku. I have my reasons to be in Ua, that I'll keep to myself for now, and you should be careful, you sound like your old self. Asumi looked away with shame. Asumi. Nice place, where'd you get it? Izuku. Made some friends, got a job. Asumi. With school? Izuku. It's a night job, pays well. Asumi. You should be careful, some messed up guys out there. Izuku. Yeah, they sat in silence for a while. Asumi. I have to get back. Izuku. There's always a spot here for you if you need it. Asumi. Thanks, she said before closing the door behind her. Izuku sighed. Izuku. You confuse me. Asumi. Why won't you just accept help? Izuku arrived at Ua the normal time he usually did. Early enough so that the halls weren't crowded, but late enough so he wouldn't have to wait for his classroom door to open. It's been a week since school started, so Izuku had a bit of a routine going. He'd enter class where Momo would be waiting. Momo was the raven head. They'd gotten a chance to speak before class started once or twice. Then he'd usually sit in silence until everyone showed up. And luckily no one bothered him. He'd go through classes in silence while writing stuff down. Then lunch came, where Uraraka would invite him to join her table and he'd accept. There wasn't many people with her usually, as everyone had gotten in their own groups, with a few kids going through different groups, but mostly everyone had stuck with the people they had. Izuku ate lunch while mainly only talking to Uraraka, and most of that was one-word responses. But when they returned to class today, they were met with Aizawa looking extra tired, waiting for them to go to their seats. Aizawa. All right, today his hero training. The class uproared in cheers. Aizawa. Silence. The class quickly calmed down under Aizawa's glowing red gaze. Aizawa. I won't be your teacher for today's training. Iida. Sir WH All Might, I am here. Izuku semi-glared at All Might, but Izuku noticed Asumi's look. She looked terrified. Izuku mind. Oh, she didn't know. All Might. Yes, it is I, and I'll be your heroics teacher. Most of the class cheered All Might. And what are heroes without their costumes? All Might pressed a small button that opened up the far wall, revealing suitcases with numbers on them. All Might. Your case is your desk number. Meet me at training grounds Gamma. He said, leaving the room. People rushed to grab their cases and get to training. Izuku noticed Bakugo try to talk to Asumi about the look she gave, but she just brushed him off and went into the girls' changing room. Bakugo. Damn it, what is going on with you? He then stomped off to his own changing room. Izuku went to change into his bathroom again. Soon everyone was in their own hero suits and at ground Gamma. Izuku's suit is similar to his canon one, but after the festival one. But with it was a cloak. I don't know, man. Picture him in whatever suit you like. All Might. You all look like true heroes. Now I'll explain what you're doing. Most of the class was clearly very excited but kept their cool in order to hear what All Might said. All Might. You'll be doing battle training. Iida. But sir, isn't it too soon for us to do something so extreme? All Might. Maybe, but I believe that doing this early will give you a jump start on your hero training, so let me explain the rules. Iida. Yes sir. All Might. You'll be in teams of two. One team will be placed in a building to protect a bomb. This team will be the villains. The class nodded along with what he was saying. All Might. The hero team will infiltrate the building and try to secure the bomb or take out the villains. That's how they win. Villains win by waiting out the time with the bomb still in their position or take out the heroes. Simple. Iida. Are the teams chosen? All Might. Your partners have been chosen, but who you fight will be random. Iida. I see, thank you. All Might. Good, now I'll call out the teams. When I do, please meet up with your partner. I assume you all know each other by now. The class looks at each other and most agree All Might. Good. First team, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku walks over to Bakugo and doesn't say anything. Bakugo. Why'd I have to be paired up with this extra? All Might. You have similar power and seem to be close in strength level. Bakugo grumbled, but Izuku had more of a suspicious look. All Might. Asumi Yagi and Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki and... The rest don't matter, and I think you all know that. All Might. Alright, the first fight is Team Midoriya as heroes against Team Yagi as villains. Bakugo. Oh please, it's Team Bakugo. Izuku sighed. Come on, we have places to be. Bakugo. Don't tell me what to do, but Izuku was already walking to the building with Momo and Asumi. Bakugo. Damn it. Get back here. He ran to catch up. Izuku and Bakugo stood outside while the villain team set up. Bakugo. I can't wait to get in there and show everyone who the best is. Izuku. The game's rigged against us, Bakugo. What the hell are you talking about? Izuku. All Might is trying to make sure as Yagi is gonna win. Bakugo. Oh really, and how's that, Izuku? Asumi has the most utility and power based on the quirk test with Aizawa, and Momo has level 6 intelligence. Bakugo. So what, I'm still better, Izuku. You idiot, they gave the smartest person in class the home turf advantage paired with the strongest person in class. Bakugo. I'm the strongest. Izuku. Let's just get this over with. The buzzer went off signaling the fact that they could enter. Bakugo immediately rushed in, guns blazing. Izuku sighed once again and followed him inside. With the hero team only a few minutes ago, Asumi, so what's the plan? Momo. Oh well, I kinda hope you had one, Asumi. Well, Bakugo will probably rush in so we could try to trap him before he's able to do damage, but it's Izuku I'm unsure about. Momo. You're on first name basis. Asumi. Huh, I meant Midoriya. Whatever, I don't know how strong he is, and I have a weird feeling he was holding back in the test. Momo. Really? Wow, okay, so trap Bakugo right off the bat, then the both of us deal with Midoriya? Asumi. I guess it the best option. We got the buzzer goes off signaling the villains enter. Asumi. Okay, Bakugo is gonna jump straight in once he finds us, so make a trap that will hit him from the side. Momo. Got it, Bakugo. Where are you? The girls could hear in the distance. Asumi. Make sure he can't get out of it, Momo. I already got something, just make sure he doesn't see me first. Momo ran over to the corner of the room beside the door while Asumi stood directly in the middle with the bomb behind her. Bakugo. There you are. Bakugo rushed into the room and was immediately shot with a net that with force tied him to the wall opposite to Momo. Asumi used her telekinesis to tie the capture tape around his arm. Momo then shot him with a tranquilizer. Asumi. Why did you do that? Momo. I think we both know how loud he would have gotten. Izuku. Damn, would have thought he would have lasted at least a little bit. The girls looked to the doorway where Izuku stood, sword drawn. Izuku. Pretty risky to have a big bomb without any hostages. Villains, is there even anyone in the building? Momo. No. Asumi. What are you doing? Of course not, this is training. Izuku. Close, this is a simulation. Izuku took a stance and immediately swung his sword down but flipped over, making a full wheel. Momo. What was that? Izuku took a step to the left. Suddenly the building started sliding. Momo. He cut the building in half, and Asumi and Momo were on the falling part. Asumi. The bomb. They looked up to the floor where they once stood, where Izuku and the bomb was. Asumi grabbed the bomb and pulled it towards the hole, making it fall down the floor. Izuku jumped down and Asumi followed Momo. Wait, Momo and Bakugo fell with the top half of the building. Izuku and Asumi land on the floor below with the bomb sticking halfway through the floor. Izuku. Dangerous to throw your bomb around, could have went off. Asumi. Shut up, I'm not letting you have the bomb. Asumi picked up multiple large pieces of rubble that Izuku made when the building fell. She threw them at Izuku, but Izuku cut each one. Izuku started waving through the boulders that were being thrown at him, only cutting necessary ones as he got closer to Asumi. Asumi. Stop it, She released a shockwave, causing the remains of the building to crack and crumble beneath them. And now they were on ground floor, with Izuku getting multiple shards of concrete thrown at him. Izuku was hardly able to dodge any of them. Asumi collapsed to one knee, out of breath from using her quirk. Izuku stands up, although bleeding in multiple places. He slowly walks towards Asumi. Asumi, why won't you stop? She threw two large boulders at him and both hit him directly, sending him flying back into more rubble. But he just pushed them out of the way and got up again. Asumi. What the hell? Izuku sheathed his sword and kept walking towards her. Asumi threw more stone at him, but she just kept walking, brushing them off. When Izuku got close enough, Asumi cowered and put her arms up to protect herself. The hero team wins. Asumi looks up to see Izuku touching the bomb that was beside Asumi. Izuku then passes out. Asumi looks around at all the destruction. Asumi. What the hell? She checks on Izuku, who was just unconscious and bleeding slightly. Asumi. Momo. She struggles herself to her feet and goes over to where the top half of the building landed. She started moving large pieces of metal until she eventually found a large dented metal ball. Asumi knocks on it. It opens, revealing unconscious Bakugo and Momo, who was barely breathing and was nothing but skin and bone. Asumi. Holy shit. I'm sorry Momo, we need to get you medical attention. Momo. Did we win? She said between breaths. Asumi. We sure did, now let's go. She picks her up and she did not weigh very much. Momo. That's nice. She then passes out. Asumi carries her out and towards the class when medical robots intercepted. Asumi laid Momo on the cot the robots were carrying gently. And the robots took her back to recovery girls. Soon two more sets of robots ran by carrying Bakugo and Izuku. Asumi. This isn't good. I lost. She then collapsed onto a cot the robots were holding out in front of her. And then she was carried away with the rest of them. Asumi groans and grabs her head in an attempt to ease her headache as she sits up from her hospital bed. Izuku. Oh, you're finally awake. Asumi. Yeah, how long was I out? Izuku. About a day. Asumi. How are the others? Izuku. Bakugo is fine and already gone. Momo used her quirk too much and became malnourished. Asumi. Damn it. Izuku. Yep. Asumi. So, how fucked am I? Izuku. All Might came in once, looked angry, yelled a little more at me than you. Asumi. Why didn't you fight back? Izuku. Didn't feel like it. Asumi. How badly were you hurt? Izuku. Lot of broken stuff, but I'm fine. Asumi. You really did get strong, huh? Izuku. I did try. RG. Oh, you're both awake now. Well, Yagi, you're free to go. You overexhausted yourself, so you need rest, but you can do that at home. As for you, Midoriya, you aren't going to move from that spot until I damn well say, got it? Izuku. That is why you tied me to the bed? No. Asumi. You're tied to the bed. Izuku. Yeah, I tried to leave as soon as I woke up. RG. You have multiple broken ribs and multiple fractures in your arms and legs, as well as a concussion. You're not moving. Asumi. Geez, sorry about that. Izuku. I'm fine. RG. Kids nowadays. She said, leaving the room. Asumi got out of the bed and put on her shoes that were on the corner of the bed. Izuku. I'm guessing that asking you to not go back to him won't help. Asumi. I'm gonna give him some time to cool off before I go back. Izuku. You could just go back to my apartment instead and hide from them. Asumi. You know I can't do that. Izuku. I don't know why, no. Asumi sighed and headed towards Izuku. I wish you could trust me to help. He said under his breath, but Asumi heard she left without saying anything more. Izuku sighed and hopped out of bed and stretched. Izuku. Man, that quirk did well in the healing process. Izuku got dressed and grabbed his sword. Izuku. Let's get out of here before that cranky old lady gets back. Izuku opens the window and jumps out before he escapes the school grounds. Izuku was just getting through the door when he was interrupted. Izuku was suddenly surrounded by some sort of fabric and fell to the ground. Aizawa. You're not leaving yet? I have questions. Izuku. Could we perhaps go somewhere else and talk, like maybe coffee shop? Aizawa. Fine, I'm out of coffee anyways. Aizawa started walking, dragging Izuku behind him. Izuku. I can walk? Aizawa didn't respond, just kept walking. Izuku sighs and just goes with it. They eventually reach a small place in a quiet part of town and Izuku is released. Aizawa walks inside and Izuku was soon to follow. They sit in a booth in the corner booth. Izuku. So what did you drag me here for, Aizawa? 2 reasons. 1, there's a vigilante going around. Izuku. Oh, I've heard of them, Aizawa. Well, he uses a sword and it has a weird power similar to yours. Izuku. So what do you want to know, Aizawa? What is this power? Where does it come from? Izuku. Well, I was taught it, and it comes from your soul, I think. It's about the connection between you and the sword. Aizawa. Who taught you? Izuku looked down. Izuku. My sensei is dead. Aizawa. I'm sorry for your loss, Izuku. He was killed alongside a good friend in front of me by a man named Kirai. He has the same skills. Aizawa. The vigilante is young and doesn't kill Izuku. Maybe you're looking for a student. Aizawa. I see, and the second thing is there's a group of villains in the city and I have no contact with your guardian. Izuku. He's dead, Aizawa. I see, so how long have you been alone after your sensei died? Izuku. A few months, Aizawa. You have a place to live? Izuku. Yes, I have a nice apartment near school, Aizawa. Alright, I'm gonna drop by at some point to make sure it's a livable space. Izuku. Okay, Aizawa. Alright, that's all I have, Izuku. Can I ask a favor, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa. Sure. Izuku looked around and then leaned in. Aizawa raised a brow but leaned into Izuku. Follow All Might and gather information, do what you underground heroes do. Aizawa. The number 1? Why? Izuku. I can't tell you, but I assure you someone's life is in danger. Izuku gets up from the table. Aizawa. Is that life you? Izuku. Not yet, he said, leaving right as the coffee arrived. Aizawa. The number 1 hero? Whose life is in danger? He sighed and chugged both cups of coffee across town. Knock knock. Toshi. Oh, you're finally back, Asumi. Hey dad. He moved to the side and let her in. She kept her head down and hurried inside. Toshi. I see your training hasn't been enough, and I'm sorry I put you with such a useless partner. Asumi. Momo? Toshi. Yes, but don't worry, she will be dealt with. Asumi. Wait, what? Toshi. Not now, you only subdued Bakugo and although you hurt Midoriya he still won, so we will be doubling your training when home, and if you don't show improvement then I'll have to give you special treatment in the school itself. Asumi. Oh, okay dad, she said, keeping her head down. Toshi. Good, now let's start right now. Asumi. Yes dad. The next day the class was getting in the seats. When everyone was seated, Mineta. Hey, where's Momo? Kirishima. Probably still out from her fight. Suddenly the door was kicked open. The class looked, thinking they'd see All Might or at least Aizawa, but there was no one there. There was a small tapping noise. Izuku. Wah, RG. You think you can snack out of my clinic without my noticing? The class looked at Izuku, who was pulled to the ground by his ear. RG. I decide when you're ready to be dismissed, Izuku. I told you I'm fine. He said, escaping her grip. RG. Next time you're injured I'm gonna make sure you suffer. She glared and walked away. Izuku was rubbing his ear as she stormed out. Izuku. God damn. Aizawa walks in over the broken door. Aizawa. Alright class, we're going to the USJ tomorrow, that is all. Oh, and Midoriya, see me after class. Class. Ooh, Izuku. Ah, shut up. Aizawa gets into his sleeping bag and proceeded to nap behind his desk. The class began doing their own thing. Izuku felt a small vibration. Izuku took out a white smartphone. Izuku. A text? He opens it up. It's text until said otherwise. Asumi. I think something might have happened to Momo. Izuku. WDYM. Asumi. Dad said she'd be taken care of because she failed me. Izuku. WTF, you don't mean she's dead, do you? Asumi. No, but I think she's been kidnapped. Izuku. This is too far. He needs to be stopped. Asumi. I'm sorry, this is my fault. Izuku. No, it's not. Face with raised eyebrow. Asumi. Yes, it is. If I hadn't failed and been so weak, then she wouldn't have been taken, and never took you for someone to use emojis. Izuku. You're not weak. For all you know, he would have done this anyway. Look, I know some people who might know where she was taken. Asumi. Really who? Izuku. Nunya Asumi. Nunya. Izuku. None ya business. Asumi. Expressionless Asumi. Alright, I'll trust you for now, but keep me updated. Izuku. Okay, try to keep All Might from kidnapped any more of our classmates. Asumi. Yeah, out of text. Izuku sighed and put away his phone. He glanced over at Asumi, who looked panicked and worried. Izuku whispered. Damn it, All Might, he said to himself. Class soon ended and Izuku attempted to rush out Aizawa. Where do you think you're going? Izuku. Oh. Right, Aizawa. Wait right there. Izuku frowned. He waited, visually impatient, as everyone left Aizawa. Alright, first of all, what's the rush? Izuku. It's nothing. What, Aizawa? I want to see your apartment. Izuku. Now? Aizawa. Yep, unless that's gonna be an issue. Izuku. Nope. You got a car? Or are you gonna drag me across town again? Aizawa. Yes, I have a car. Let's go, Izuku. After you, I'm not old enough to drive. Aizawa and Izuku drove to his apartment. They passed Ochako on the way up and said hello along with a brief explanation. They entered his apartment. Aizawa. Not much, fairly clean. Izuku. Not here much, mostly sleep. Aizawa opened the fridge. Aizawa. You need better food. Make sure you get all your food groups. If you need, we can set up a class. Okay, onto the bathroom. He opens the door. Aizawa. Clean. Necessary soaps. Alright, the bedroom. He walks across the hallway and opens the door to the bedroom. Aizawa. Messier but overall not bad. He opens the closet. Aizawa. Ample amount of clothes and even spare blankets. Aizawa closes the closet door and walks out to the living area where Izuku was on the couch waiting. Aizawa. Well, you're set. Lot of responsibilities for someone your age. Izuku. You get used to it. Aizawa slightly frowned at this. Aizawa. Well, I'll leave you be, but I'll come by and check on you around once a month. Izuku. Okay. Aizawa walks towards the door. Aizawa. Make sure you take care of yourself. He said, walking out. As soon as the door closed, Izuku casually walked over to it, then locked it. He immediately bolted to his room while pulling out the black flip phone. Izuku. Edward. I got an emergency, he said, going into his closet. Edward. Yes, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku. A girl's gone missing, a classmate, named Momo Yaoyorozu, same age, black hair, tall. I think she was taken by All Might. Edward. I see, I'll get on it right away. The phone clicks as Izuku removes the floorboards and pulls out his suit. Izuku rushes to put it on as he gets a call back from Edward. Edward. Yes, the men posted outside All Might's residence reported suspicious activities last night. All Might seemed mad and was constantly on the phone with someone. Izuku. That it? Edward. I'm afraid so. Well, keep an eye out for the girl, but no promises. Izuku. Thanks. Izuku hung up the phone. Izuku. Time to take matters into my own hands. Don't worry, Momo, I'm coming. He said, putting on his hood like a badass. Izuku is currently running across the city as fast as he can towards All Might's house. Izuku. Shit, this is way too far. Wanting success is one thing even if you took it way too far in that regard, but kidnapping one of your own students. He continued running as fast as he could until he reached the house. Izuku went to the house across the street where the people watching All Might were located. Izuku. Son of a bitch. Aizawa. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? He said currently over the two guys who were tied up. Izuku. You moron. What are you doing here? Aizawa was taken back by the insult. Aizawa. Arresting villains, you know, my job. Izuku. Whatever. Izuku went over to one of the guys and removed the cloth in front of his mouth. Aizawa. I think these guys were planning to attack the family across the street. Izuku. No, they were just watching All Might. Aizawa. You know his real identity. Izuku slapped the guy's face a little. Izuku. I know a lot more. Hey, wake up. Guy. Huh, what's going on? Izuku. Report, where is All Might? Guy. Inside. Izuku. Damn, alright, entry and exit points. Guy. Window in the back, no one enters the room. Izuku. I see. Guy. Wait, what's going on? Izuku. You got captured. He got up and walked away from the guy, and Aizawa proceeded to knock the guy out again. Izuku walked up to the window and looked across the street. Izuku. Lights are out. Aizawa. Wanna explain what's going on? Izuku. Not really, no. Izuku sighed and walked outside. Aizawa followed. Izuku walks around All Might's house while Aizawa followed skeptically. Aizawa. What are you doing? I hope you don't plan on breaking into the house of the #1 hero in front of me. Izuku. No, he said, opening the window. Aizawa. Tell me what you're doing or I'll have no choice but to arrest you. Izuku. Someone's life is in danger. Aizawa paused and Izuku climbed through the window. Izuku tiptoes towards the door. Aizawa. Geez, what is this room? Izuku. The son's room. Aizawa. He has a son? Izuku. Daughter too, she's still here though. Izuku cracks open the door and peeks out. Izuku. I suggest you stay here. He goes through the door slowly and quietly. He looks around and slowly makes his way to All Might's room. He notices Aizawa following him. He cracks open the door and sees the couple. Izuku whisper. There. He slowly moves into the room and around the bed. He looks at All Might's sleeping face. Izuku mind. Momo now him later. He turned and grabbed the phone on the nightstand. He made his way out and closed the door behind him. Aizawa. So why do you have his phone? Izuku. He was on a call with someone for a while, I need to know who. He opens the phone. Izuku. Shit, passcode. Aizawa. Try all 4-1. Izuku. Nice, but not it, maybe. Got it. Aizawa. What was it? Izuku. Nana, All Might's master. Aizawa. How would you know that? Izuku. Never mind that, I got the info I need. Izuku put the phone on the ground and slid it under the door. Izuku. Let's get out of here. They leave the way they came in and go back to the hideout across the street. Aizawa. Alright, I need answers, now. Izuku. Hold on. He takes out the black flip phone and dials. Izuku. Hey, I need another favor, I'm looking for a man named Seth McDonald, I think it's American. Edward. I see, he's someone quite high on our list of hits. Izuku. You have a location? Edward. Yes, this man is a slave trader, he takes Japanese women and moves them to America for use. Izuku. Shit. Fuck, alright, send me the location, also might want someone to collect your All Might stalkers. Edward. I see, good luck. Midoriya. Izuku. Yep. He puts away the phone. Aizawa. Well? Izuku. Someone is about to be sold into slavery. Aizawa. What? Who? How is All Might involved? Izuku. Later, you got a car. Aizawa. Not here. Izuku. Well, looks like we're running. Izuku rushes out the door and starts running as fast as he could. Aizawa followed but wasn't able to keep up with how fast Izuku was running. Izuku ran through town and eventually reached a large manor. Izuku walked up and hit the buzzer. Hello. Izuku. Hello, is this the residence of Seth McDonald? He said in English. Seth. Yes. Who is this? Izuku. I'm here with the local news looking to do interviews with young upstart millionaires. Seth. Oh, I see. A little late, isn't it? Izuku. Is that a problem, sir? 'Cause we can find someone else. Seth. No, come in. A small buzz could be heard as the gates open. Izuku walks up the long driveway and up to the door. He sees it crack open, so he kicks it open completely, knocking back Seth. Izuku. Hello. He kicks him to the ground and stands on his chest. Seth. Who are you? Izuku pulls out his sword and stabs it into the floor next to Seth's head. Izuku. You're asking the wrong question, Seth. What do you want? Izuku. I'm looking for the girl All Might asked you to get. Seth. What are you talking about? Izuku. Momo Yaoyorozu, where is she? Seth. Oh, the rich chick. Her parents offered a heavy sum for her return, but with what that guy was paying plus selling her, I got more. Izuku lifted the sword and staved the guy's arm. Seth. Ah. Izuku. Where is she? Seth. She's on a ship in the harbor near us. The ship's name is the Princess. Izuku. Thanks. He kicked the guy in the face, knocking him out. Izuku ran out as fast as he could toward the harbor. He gets to the large harbor where metal crates stood 3 stories high, blocking view of any boats. Izuku. Shit, he frantically looks up and down looking for any lights or workers, but due to the late hours he saw no one. He huffed and ran inside in hopes of finding the ship. A few twists and turns later he reaches the shoreline. He looked around at the dozens of ships in the harbor trying to find the princess. He ran down reading the names of the ships as he went. He reached the end without finding the ship. He started panicking. He would have to run to the opposite end to read all the ships' names. But he saw a light coming from behind one of the containers. He ran towards the light to find a middle-aged man guy. "Hey, what the hell are you doing on the dock?" "Izuku." "Shut up, I'm looking for a ship named the Princess, do you know where it is?" Guy. "The Princess? She's about to leave Izuku. This is urgent, where is it?" Guy. "Who wants to know?" Izuku immediately took the guy down and held a knife against his throat. Guy. "It's at Dock 3, the other end of the harbor." Izuku. "God damn it," he got up and started running towards the end. When he was getting close to the end he saw a ship starting to leave with a few people around it. They weren't dressed as dock workers and looked rather shady, so when Izuku got close he knocked them all out as he got closer to the ship. But this ship suddenly started moving a lot faster. Izuku ran down the pair next to the boat trying to catch up, but he was quickly running out of solid ground. And at the last moment, like every action film you've ever seen, jumped off the very end, grabbing the knife from his boot mid-air and stabbing it into the steel of the ship, catching himself. He took a sigh of relief as below him were fast-moving propellers that would have shredded him. At this moment he regretted his suit as the climb up to the deck was difficult due to the extra weight plus the added bonus of only having knives to climb up with. The mountain was easy compared. He hid behind some pipes and under some stairs as guards went by. Guard. "Got quite a large batch this time, huh? Guard 2. "Yep. I wonder if the captain will let us have some fun with them like last time." Guard. "Probably not, as last time we lost 3 girls because of it." Guard 2. "Yeah, Rick was rough, but we don't have Rick no more, so I'm gonna keep my hopes up." Guard. "Yeah, I guess there's always a chance." Izuku was sickened by their words. But at least he knew he was on the right ship. He was about to leave his hiding spot when someone walked in front of him but did not notice him. "Dude. Man, I hate this job, being on this boat sucks." Izuku reached out and grabbed the guy, covering his mouth and putting a knife to his throat. Izuku. "I'm gonna move my hand and you're going to tell me where the girls are. If you scream, not only will you die but the whole crew will." Izuku slowly moved his hand. "Dude. There below deck." Izuku. "More specific, dude. Level D3. Izuku quickly covers his mouth. The dude was shaking his head and was pleading. Izuku knocks him out and makes sure his body is hidden. He sighed and stealthily made his way around the ship and eventually inside. Avoiding guards and cameras, Izuku made it to where the women were held. He opens a large bulkhead door to find women nude and chained to the walls. Izuku. Jesus Christ, most were knocked out and a few looked underweight and almost all had bruises somewhere on their body. Lady. Please don't hurt us. Izuku looked to his right to see a woman crying and struggling with her chains. Izuku. Shush, I'm not here to hurt you, I am here to save you. The chains clanking and the scream woke up others who started crying too. Izuku. Everyone shut up. The room quickly went silent aside from a sniffle here and there. Izuku. I'm going to get you all out of here, and preferably clothed, but I need you all to keep quiet so we're not caught. Any questions? The room stayed quiet. Izuku. Good, now before I start freeing you, I need to know where Momo Yaoyorozu is. Momo. I'm over here. He looked to the far end of the room and spotted her. Izuku walked over and used his sword to cut her free. Izuku. Here, he handed her some high nutrition-filled energy bars. Izuku. Make something basic to cover them with and come see me as soon as you're done. Momo. You know me. Izuku. Yes, I'll explain later. Momo. I don't know how much I can make. I was almost completely drained the other day, but I'll try. Izuku. Do the best you can without going over. He went to the girl next to her and freed her. Izuku. If you're able, free others or help others in any way you can. He went to the next girl and repeated the phrase. He continued, and with some help soon all of them were free. Izuku. Okay, we're gonna take the ship for ourselves and sail back to Japan. Girl. We can't do that, they're armed. Izuku. There's 3 times as many of you all with quirks, I'm sure you can figure something out. Momo, come with me to the captain, the rest stay in groups and deal with the crew, I don't care how. Momo. Coming. Girl. Come on girls. Let's show these men our power. All girls. Yeah, charge. Everyone ran out of the room and quickly started overpowering the crew. Izuku and Momo ran straight to the cockpit. Izuku kicks open the bulkhead door, making a major dent and sending it flying. Captain. What the hell? Izuku holds his sword up to the captain's throat. Izuku. Sorry, but we need you to return this ship to Japan. Captain. I can't. Momo. Why not? Captain. What are you, stupid? The ship is automated, it doesn't stop until it reaches its destination. Izuku. You mean, Captain? It's going all the way to America whether I like it or not. Izuku. Shit. Izuku stood at the front of the ship along with the women who were now more fairly dressed, suited to them, looting the crew quarters. Land was in sight and day was starting to break. Izuku. Okay everyone, the police have been contacted and are waiting on the shore for you, I wish you all luck. He announced to the crowd. Momo. I can't wait to go home and sleep in my own bed. Izuku. Sorry, but you not going home. Momo. What? Why not? Izuku. You're dead. Momo. You're gonna kill me. Izuku. No, you weren't taken to be a slave, you were taken to be killed, by someone very powerful. Momo. Why? Who wants me dead? Izuku. You want the truth, cause you're probably not gonna believe me. Momo. Yes. Izuku. All Might. Momo. Bullshit. Izuku. Told you. Momo. Why would All Might want me dead? Izuku. You're the reason his precious daughter lost her match. Momo. What do you wait, Yagi? Izuku. She had no part in this, the game was rigged so that Asumi would beat the 2 strongest students, and since you had a 6 on the intelligence you were teamed with her to help, but since you're inexperienced you both lost, now she's being tortured and you are supposed to be dead. Momo. Oh my god. All Might. Izuku. All Might. Momo. Is she okay? Izuku. I don't know, now listen closely, you and me are sneaking away, we don't want any cops knowing you're alive. Momo. Cause then All Might would know. Izuku. Exactly, we are going to go back to Japan where I can hide you. Momo. Where? Izuku. I know some people, now you wouldn't happen to know any English. Momo. Only a little. Izuku. I don't know any, so for now we're on our own. Momo. My family owns stuff in California, maybe we can go there. Izuku. To many people if word gets out that you're alive. Momo. I'll be targeted again. Izuku. And the chances of you surviving is long or slim to none this time. Izuku takes out his smartphone. Momo. What are you doing? Izuku. Checking the news. Momo. Why, it shouldn't be daytime yet in Japan yet. Izuku. The man hired to kill you, but instead sold you, was arrested by Eraserhead. Momo. That's my teacher, was he looking for me too? Izuku. No, he was following me, and that man was killed in his cell before he could say anything. Momo. That's good. Izuku. Well, you're still hidden, but no one knows we're here. Momo. I see. Izuku. Yep, now I'll need a disguise. Momo. Aren't you already in one? Izuku. Sadly, being dressed as a vigilante will draw more attention during the day than a civilian would. Momo. That's true. Izuku. We're about to dock, so just follow my lead, and try to keep up. Momo. Got it. They went towards the back of the ship, saying goodbye to the women on the ship along the way. When the ship stopped, full police and heroes boarded instantly and started addressing the girls. Izuku picked up Momo and threw her over the ship before jumping off himself. When the both make it to the surface of the water, Izuku ushered Momo to follow him. They swam a few docks down before they got out. Izuku. Damn it hot. Momo. We are practically in a desert. Izuku. Yeah, now let's go. Izuku pulls back his hood. Momo. Midoriya, you're the vigilante. Izuku. Yeah, now let's go, I haven't eaten since school yesterday, and I'm hungry. Momo. Wait, I have questions. Izuku. Walk and talk. he said, walking away. Momo quickly caught up. Momo. Why do you have two swords? Izuku. One belonged to my sensei, but it helps to not get recognized if I only use one at school and the other for work. Momo. I see, why are you a vigilante? Izuku. To try and balance my life, I guess. Momo. What's that mean? Izuku. Next question. Momo. Okay, I wanted to ask this in school, what makes the green fire? Izuku. It's complicated, but from what I know it's like you, but taken form and expressed through your sword. Momo. Like your soul. Izuku. Yeah, it's my soul in shape. Momo. Neat. Izuku. You mind making me a jacket? Momo. Sure. Izuku put it over his suit and zipped it up. Izuku. Let's get some grub in here. Momo. Oh, a McDonald's, we have them in Japan but I've never been in one. Izuku. You'll get a first-hand experience, except the portions are bigger and everything is greasy and fattening. Momo. Maybe I'll just have a salad. Izuku. Nope, you're having the most fat-filled meal here. Momo. Why? Izuku. 'Cause we're most likely gonna need your quirk to make it home. Momo. If you need me to make money I can't. Izuku. No, I hot that covered. Momo. Oh, then why can't you just get 2 plane tickets? I can pay you back if that's a problem. Izuku. How do you expect 2 illegal immigrants, one of which is supposed to be dead, past the border? Momo. Point taken. Izuku. Good, now let's eat. They go inside and get food and sit on a corner. Momo. So, do you have a plan to get home? Izuku. Kinda, I've gotta call my buddies to see if they can help, and how's you, 'cause otherwise you have to stay at my apartment. Momo. I'm sorry you're going through so much trouble for me. Izuku. It's fine, let's just focus on getting back. Momo. Okay. Izuku pulls out the flip phone. Momo. Why do you have 2 phones? Izuku. Safety precaution. He dials. Izuku. Hey, I got her. Yep, thanks, but we're in America. No, I could use some help. Thanks, you're the best. Okay, bye. Momo. So what did they say? Izuku. They will house you but you'll have to work, and we have a lead on how to get out of here. Momo. That's good news. Izuku. Yep, so finish your food, the sooner we're back the better. Momo. I'm almost done. Once they finished they headed out. Momo. So what's this lead? Izuku. There's a drug cartel nearby which uses a plane to import special drugs from China. We're gonna take it to Japan. Momo. I feel like you skipped over a big step. Izuku. Well, there's 2 ways we can do this, pay them for a ride. Momo. Or, Izuku. We take it. Momo. Well, taking down drug dealers is more heroic than edging them, even if we have to steal. Izuku. So we steal the plane. Momo. Okay. Izuku. Good, saves main, $10000 Momo. 10,000. Izuku. 5,000 per person, we take up cargo space. Momo. Geez, okay, so what's the plan? Izuku. Well, I got the location. Do you know how to make a gun? Momo. No, I'm not allowed to know how to make any form of firearm, government issued, otherwise I could end up in jail. Izuku. I get it, because you could manufacture firearms for much cheaper and could sell them to the wrong people. Momo. Yep, interesting conversation to have at 4 years old. Izuku. I bet, we'll just have to fight, hopefully we don't get littered with bullets. Momo. I thought Americans' gun problems went down when quirks started up. Izuku. The government basically said you don't need them anymore after most of the population got quirks and their hero system started up, so they took them away from the law-abiding citizens. Momo. But the criminals. Izuku. Saw them as extra but decided to keep them around, most of them anyway. Momo. No gun stores, I'm guessing. Izuku. Not even the army keeps them around. Momo. But our police have guns. Izuku. Yes, because they're not allowed to use quirks. Momo. Wait, if the police here can use quirks, then what's the difference between them and a hero? Izuku. Uniforms and rules, but most law enforcement are police instead of heroes here. Momo. Really? Why? Izuku. A hero's pay is based off of how popular you are. Police pay is stable and increase with promotion, so at the end of the day police have a sure paycheck even though you could get paid more as a hero. Momo. Interesting, how do you know so much? Izuku. Back when I was cool before I learned how to use a sword I was looking into guns as a form of protection, one all-nighter on the internet later and you find some things out. Momo. I see, Izuku. We're here. In front of them was a large warehouse. Momo looked around to find them in the middle of the desert with no other bnha in sight. Momo. Wow, that was a short walk. Izuku. Almost an hour, now let's go, follow my lead. He knocks on the door. Guy peeks through. Guy. What? Izuku. Hi, I'd like to speak to your employer. Guy. Hey, I don't speak Panda Express, go back to Korea. Izuku. Damn it, Momo. Midoriya, they don't speak Japanese. Izuku. Yeah, kinda figured that out. Guy. Hey, fuck off, before I kill you. Izuku. Aw, fuck this. He stances up. Guy. Oh she. Izuku unsheathed his green sword, simultaneously slashing the door in half as well as cutting the guy. Momo. Midoriya. Don't kill him. Izuku. He'll live. They walk inside and get shot at, but luckily they were able to take cover before getting hit. Momo. Cover your ears. She throws a flashbang. Once it goes off, Izuku runs out of cover, knocking out everyone he can see. Momo. Is that everyone? Izuku. Yep, and here's the plane. He points towards an old plane that looked like it was made from sheet metal bolted together hastily. Momo. I'm not getting in that. Izuku. Why? Momo. That thing has to be 200 years old, and it just occurred to me that you don't know how to fly. Izuku sighed. He walked up to her slowly and grabbed both his shoulders. Momo. Midoriya, what are yo? Izuku headbutts her to the ground, knocking her out. Izuku. I'm not arguing over this. He drags her over to the co-pilot seat and straps her in. He then pushes all the drugs off the plane. Izuku. Okay, let's do this. Momo's eyes flutter open as the roar of an engine can be heard in the background. She sits up in her chair and runs her throbbing forehead. Momo. Where am I? Izuku. Oh, you're up. Momo. Izuku. I had such a strange dream. You were a vigilante, and there was a plane. She looks around. Momo. Izuku. Izuku. Sup, Momo. Why am I in this flying dumpster? Izuku. Would you calm down? This baby flies like a dream. He said, patting the dashboard. Momo. How do you know how to fly? Izuku. YouTube tutorial. Momo. What's YouTube? Izuku. An old website around 200 years old. Momo. You used a 200-year-old video. You used a video. Izuku. Calm down, we're almost there. Momo. Wait, when did I fall asleep? Izuku. You didn't, you were knocked out. It was pretty peaceful before you woke up. Momo. Whatever. Izuku. I have people waiting on a private airfield, they'll take care of you. Momo. Thank you, for coming all the way to America to help me. Izuku. It's fine, I trust you'll keep my secret. Momo. I will. Izuku. Thanks. Soon Izuku was able to land and Momo went with his associates. He made his way home and put away his suit along with the jacket Momo made him. He walked out into his living room, wearing nothing but sweatpants, and flopped down on his couch. Ping. Izuku takes out his phone. Asumi. Hey, you weren't in school today, I hope you're okay. Izuku. Yeah, I'm fine, so is Momo. Asumi. Oh, thanks God, the news said she was dead, I thought I got her killed. Izuku. No, her death was faked, long story. Asumi. K, well, I got to go, make sure you're in school tomorrow. Izuku. He put his phone down and shut his eyes. Izuku. Finally, haven't had any sleep in like 2 days. Suddenly there was a loud bang at the door. Izuku sighed. It could never be that easy. He sighs and stands up and walks over to the door. He opens it to reveal an angry hobo-looking man. Aizawa. Where were you today? Izuku. Busy, now can you go? I'm still busy. Aizawa didn't like that answer. Izuku sighed. Izuku. What? Aizawa. Momo Yaoyorozu is dead. Izuku. She was. Aizawa. The one you fought against. Izuku. Oh, What happened? Aizawa. Can't say, the information hasn't been released to the public. Izuku. I see. Aizawa. Make sure you're in school tomorrow, otherwise you won't be able to get in. Izuku. I get the message, sir. Aizawa sighed and walks away. Izuku closed his door. Izuku. God damn. He walks back to his couch and flops on it, but the second he touches the couch there was another knock at the door. He jumped up and cursed to himself as he walked back to the door. He opened the door to find Uraraka there this time. Uraraka. Hey Midoriya, I saw Aizawa in the hall, so I assume he told you about Momo. Izuku. Yeah, it's a shame. Uraraka. Yeah. Izuku. Okay then. He said slowly, closing his door. Uraraka. Oh, well, see you tomorrow. Izuku. Yeah, sorry, I'm just tired. Izuku paid no attention to the fact she stared at his bare chest throughout the conversation. He once more returned to his couch. And finally was able to get some sleep. An alarm blared in the small apartment, waking up Izuku. Izuku. Fuck. He rolled off the couch onto the floor, where he proceeded to wiggle his way into his room and changes into his uniform. Izuku arrived at school, walked in and sat at his desk. He noticed a small memorial on Momo's desk, but after that he ignored it. The remaining students arrived, paying their respects before returning to their seats. Aizawa enters the class. Aizawa. I know you're all sad about what happened to Yaoyorozu, but this is no time to fall behind. Work harder so what happened to Yaoyorozu doesn't happen to anyone else. Now get ready, we're going to the USJ. The small speech gave some students their energy back, so they all left to the changing room. Izuku just followed the class's lead, changing into his hero suit and boarded a bus. The bus ride was silent due to everyone trying to focus. Occasionally someone tries to start a conversation, but it never stuck. Eventually they arrived at a large dome-shaped building. They exit the bus and are met with a hero in some sort of space suit. 13. Hello aspiring heroes, this is the unforeseen simulation joint. Here you'll train on how to rescue and help people. They lead the students inside while they continue talking. 13. Quirks can be dangerous, even ones that seem harmless, so I'll be teaching you how to use them properly. Kirishima. You have fake villains. Everyone looked towards the center of the USJ where Kirishima was pointing, where villains were pouring out of. Aizawa. Those aren't fake, get back. He readied himself to fight. The class felt a wave of heat come over them. They all looked to Izuku, who was resonating in green flames. He walks towards the stairs. Aizawa. Midoriya, calm down. Izuku. It's him. Kirai. Well, if it isn't Seto's last student, you've been busy lately, huh? Izuku started walking down the stairs, cracking each step as he went. Aizawa. Midoriya, get back here. Izuku drew his blade, which erupted with bright green flames. Asumi. Izuku, stop. Kirai smirked. Kirai. I see you have gotten stronger. Kirai drew his sword and cut everyone between him and the stairs in half, causing their torsos and legs to fall separately. Izuku dashed from the stairs towards Kirai. They clashed blades, causing the ground around them to shatter. Shigaraki. What are you doing? Kirai. Stay out of this. Izuku took the opportunity to kick Kirai in the stomach and slash, sending a wave of green energy toward him. But Kirai dispersed the attack. Kirai. I know what you've been doing, kid. Gotta say I'm impressed. Why don't you join up with me? Izuku. After you killed my sensei, never. Izuku jumped up and swiped down, sending aneth wave of energy. Kirai dodged, but the ground shook as the slash left a large cut in the ground. Kirai leapt up, slashing up at Izuku, sending a black beam the whole way, hitting the stairs and the class until their blades eventually made contact. Luckily Kirishima was able to tank the hit but was considerably injured. As they fell toward the ground, they continuously slashing at each other. When they landed, they jumped back from each other only to come back to clash once more. The class was in awe of the strength. Aizawa. He was this strong. Asumi. He really was going easy on me. Izuku screamed as fire emerged from his mouth, eyes and arms. The pressure he was putting on Kirai was significantly increased. But Kirai just smirked. The speed was almost too fast to follow as the two jumped around the USJ, slashing at each other, causing small quakes each time they hit. Aizawa. Everyone outside. The class fled the building as did the remaining villains via portal. When the class got outside they heard the roof shatter. And when they looked up at it, it was on fire with a much of black and green flames. At this point police and heroes had arrived including All Might. I am here. Eraserhead, what's the situation? Eraserhead. We were attacked and Midoriya got into a fight with someone. All Might. Alright, I'm going in. He kicks open the front door only to be slashed across the chest. He screamed in pain and cops and heroes run in to help. The building gets progressively worse as the fight continues. Kirai. You've improved but you're still weak. Izuku. I'll show you weak. He charges at him with as much strength as he could muster. Kirai smirked however and swung back. Shattered Izuku's sword. Kirai continues his swing slashing Izuku's right eye. Izuku kneels holding his eye. Kirai. Before I kill you let me ask you something. He grabs Izuku's hair and lifts him up. Kirai. Where is his sword? Izuku swung up what was left of his sword slashing Kirai's eye. He steps back dropping Izuku. Kirai. Ha ha, guess where even now. Izuku stands up. Izuku. Not yet. Suddenly Kirai was punched into the wall by All Might. Izuku growled and fell to his knee. All Might. Fear not. For I am here. All Might said giving a hand to Izuku. Izuku. Fuck off. He's getting away. He said slapping his hand away and pointing at Kirai who was entering a portal. All Might. Well that's not good. Izuku stumbles to his feet and starts walking towards the stairs. All Might. Wait let me help you young Midoriya. Izuku. Fuck off, I'll do it myself. All Might growl under his breath. Izuku struggles up the stairs but eventually made it. He stumbled through the destroyed doors and was immediately surrounded by heroes, police and medics. He waved them all of and walked over to a stretcher that was set up in preparation. He laid on it and waited for the medics to help him. All Might walks out of the USJ. All Might. That kid is annoying, he's the one that beat Asumi. Ha. He is surrounded with reporters asking about the incident. The class is staring at Izuku from a distance. Ochako. He was so angry. Denki. And powerful. Zero. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that. He said pointing to the crumbling and burning building. Aizawa. Everyone back on the bus. Izuku is currently walking through a less popular part of town. Still wearing some bandages from his fight, those who were out took glances. He walked into a small store that was covered wall to wall in swords with a teen at the desk who obviously didn't want to be here. Izuku looked at the walls. All the swords looked rusted on the edges and covered in dust. Izuku. Show me your best sword. The teen sighted and pulled a sword out from under the counter. It was clean at least. The sheath and hilt were purple with 3 golden dots every so often and the guard was also the large gold circles. Izuku drew the blade. There was a flame-like pattern along the blade. Izuku tried imbuing his energy into it, and the blade blew up, sending shards of metal in every direction. Luckily the teen had ducked under the counter. They slowly come up staring at Izuku the whole way. Izuku. Sorry, teen. You're gonna have to pay for that. Izuku. Yeah, teen. You got a shard in your shoulder. Izuku looks to his left shoulder, and indeed there was a shard there. He sighed and put down what was left of the sword. Izuku. Sorry about this. He pulls out the shard and places it on the counter. Izuku. How much will the repairs cost? Teen. Izuku just pulled out $1,000. Izuku. Good enough. The teen nods fast. Izuku sighs and leaves. Teen. That guy was badass. A short while later Izuku makes it to class. He flops back in his chair with a sigh. Mina. Didn't go well again I take it. Izuku. Nope. Denki. What happened this time? Izuku. Blew up in my face, scared the clerk, and nearly killed them. Zero. Damn, I had blow off the handle in a single piece. Bakugo. Did he say it blew up? He yelled from across the room. Asumi. Yes, Bakugo. Ha, you owe me a 10 dunce face. Izuku. I'm glad you're all betting on my misery. Shoji. The sports festival is in 2 days, what are you gonna do? Izuku. Well I didn't exactly plan to cut everyone down, but I'm still considerably weaker without my sword. Denki. Wait, can't you make him a new one? Izuku. I don't exactly have a forge. Todoroki. Well, it would be better than it blowing up in your face, or just melting in your hands like the one I gave you. Izuku. Yeah, thanks for trying, I guess. Todoroki. It was an attempt at a thank you for giving us the opportunity to escape. Su. And every sword you've tried using just broke. Toru. Like the second one that kinda just evaporated. Mina. Oh, I remember that, I bet it would crumble. Izuku. Actually hadn't had one that crumbled yet. Ochako. Well, what was your first sword made of? Izuku. Not sure, my sensei gave me the mineral. Iida. Perhaps you could go get more. Izuku. What was left was most likely taken, or buried or blown off to some unknown location. Kirishima. But you know where some might be. Izuku. Maybe, but it's most likely destroyed. Mina. Well, what are you gonna do? Izuku. Maybe I could use some other type of weapon. I used to be interested in axes, maybe I could find an axe. Bakugo. Doubt you'll find many battle axes nowadays, dumbass. Izuku. Shut up, Mineta. Maybe you should focus on something else and distract yourself, like how? Izuku. Thanks, but no thanks. Mineta. I was just gonna suggest some video games. He sulked. Izuku. Maybe if I bought a bunch of knives I could throw them and have them blow up. Iida. That is highly irresponsible. Kirishima. Not to mention the fact that it would send metal in every direction including back to you. Tokiyami. Plus each time you've held a sword it reacted differently, I doubt you could achieve the same results with every knife. Izuku. Well, I guess I'm fucked, might as well quit now. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha, what a loser giving up so easy. Izuku. What H it before I break your nose. Bakugo. You wanna try, weakling? Izuku growled and Bakugo growled back. Aizawa. Settle down, you two, any luck, Midoriya? Izuku. No, Aizawa. What was it this time? Denki. It exploded. Aizawa. I presume that's where the hole and blood on your uniform came from. Izuku. Yep, Aizawa. Well, as you all know, the sports festival is soon, so I'm gonna give you a free period in the gym to train yourself. The class cheered. Aizawa. Gym uniforms, go. The class left to go change. Except for Izuku. Aizawa. What are you thinking about? Izuku. Nothing. He got up and left the room. At the boys' changing room. Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, you never told us how you got your scars. Izuku. Training, mostly. Siro. Was you mentor that stuff on you? Izuku. Not the one that taught me to use a sword. Denk. What else did you train in? Izuku. I didn't train in anything specific, but you'd be surprised what you learn from the people you grow up with, even if it's a harsh lesson. With that he left the changing room. The guys were kinda surprised at that. Kirishima. Did that sound like what I thought it sounded like? Todoroki. Sounded like abuse to me. Siro. Maybe we should check on him later, and I mean really check on him. Bakugo. He doesn't want that, you idiots, just leave him alone. Denki. Wow, he didn't scream. Bakugo. Shut the fuck up. Denki. There it is. Iida. Hurry up everyone, let's make the most of the time we have. Kirishima. Right, they all finish and leave the room. In the gym, Cementos had set up a section for each student to train in without revealing what they were working on to one another. Izuku was just sitting in his area thinking. Aizawa. You're gonna have to do something. Izuku. Yeah, probably, I think I need to go somewhere. Aizawa. Where? Izuku. Back to the mountain. Aizawa. What? Izuku. It's where I learned how to use a sword, and where they died. Aizawa. Do you want a drive or something? Izuku. No thanks. He stands up and leaves us. Aizawa. Didn't even ask to leave. Izuku returns to his apartment to change out of his uniform. He goes into his closet and sees the clothes Seto gave to him. It still had the cut across the chest and the blood on it. It was too small for him now, but the memories remain. He gets dressed in some hiking boots, jeans, a plain t-shirt and a leather jacket. He leaves the apartment taking little more than what he had. He walks a while until he ended up at a river. The very same river he washed up after he was thrown off the mountain, and the river Seto used to first take Izuku to the mountain. Izuku sighed and started walking up the river. He walked for a long time, ignoring the fact he hasn't eaten yet today. Eventually he did make it to the mountain, but the sky was turning orange by that point. He looked up at the mountains, but clouds blocked the top. He stared longer than he wanted before finally gaining the courage to start climbing. He'd rushed up and down the mountain so many times. But he wanted to take the time to climb slowly, he needed to. He reached the peak to find everything he loved destroyed. But he expected this. None of the bodies had moved. Izuku couldn't even take his own men back and bury them. The temple he had lived was completely destroyed. Izuku took some wood from it and made a campfire, as at this point the sky was more of a dark purple and it was getting hard to see. As the fire burned, he took a large piece of wood and started digging a hole. The moon was high by the time he was done, and by that point he was too tired to continue. He fed the fire before laying down next to it and passed out. The sun woke him up early in the morning. He grunted and rolled over before he remembered where he was. He sat up and noticed the fire's embers were still glowing, so he might not have been out that long. He got up and looked around a little. Then he saw or at least his body. He takes the body carefully, ignoring the god-awful smell, and puts it in one of the holes he dug. He pushed dirt back over the hole and, grabbing 2 long sticks from the destroyed temple, and made a makeshift crossing. He stuck said cross at the head of the now-made grave. Looking around once more, he found Seto. His body but more cut up, but Izuku gave it the same treatment as she. He kneels in front of the graves. "Izuku, I lost again," to him. He said with a hint of venom. "Izuku, I don't know what to do, but no matter what, I promise I'll keep moving forward. Thank you both for being the family I needed." With a small prayer to who knows who, Izuku turns his head to the temple ruins. "Izuku, somewhere in there is the ore I need for a new sword." He looks back to the graves. "Izuku, I'll come visit sometime, maybe fix up the temple." He stands up and walks towards the temple. He starts shifting through rubble. The temple was mostly in large pieces, so he was able to move the collapsed roof, and the walls were able to be flipped off of the floor, which was fairly intact. He saw where the vent was supposed to be to find it collapsed, with little heat coming from it. "Izuku, well, that explains why it's so much colder up here than usual." He sifted through debris to try and find one of the other ores that Seto showed him the day he made his sword. But no matter how hard he searched, he could not find one piece of metal. "Izuku, damn it, that asshole took everything," he said, kicking a piece of wood off the mountain. "Izuku, well, I'm fucked, I guess." He sat down amongst the rubble. "Izuku, what am I gonna do without a new sword? Can't use senseis or they will know in a vigilante or an assassin. How did my life become this complicated? I almost wish to just be getting bullied again. Maybe then I wouldn't be enemies with All Might and Asumi would be safe again." He sighs. Then he saw something glimmering in the corner of his eye. He looked towards it to find something glinting by the tree that was now cut down. He walks over to find a dome metal showing by one of the roots. "Izuku, be good time for that." As he dug out the metal as best he could. Before pulling it out, it was a small metal ore about the size of Izuku's hand. "Izuku, this isn't enough for a sword. Luckily I know someone who can make anything they want as long as they're fed." Izuku is currently taking an elevator down to an undisclosed location. It dings as the doors open and Izuku walks out. There was a large hangar-style room with a lot of cargo and people in different areas doing things. Izuku walks forward casually, making sure not to block anyone. "Mr. Nickel." "Hello Izuku, been a while." "Izuku. Yeah, where's Momo?" "Mr. Nickel. She's around, been rather helpful since she arrived, you know." "Izuku. Yeah, I need some if you could spare her." "Mr. Nickel. Of course, you're both free people, I doubt I could stop you if I wanted." "Izuku. Do you really not know where she is?" "Mr. Nickel. She's mostly in her office." "Izuku. She has an office." "Mr. Nickel. I did say she's very useful, saving a lot of money, all we really need to do is keep her fed." He walks away, pointing to a door across the room. Izuku walked around to the door that was labeled Momo. Yodoroku. Izuku. Interesting name choice. He knocks. Momo. Come in. He walked in to see Momo behind a desk covered in paper. Izuku. Hey, take a break, he said assertively. Momo looks up from the desk. She now had short hair that was dyed a dark green, very reminiscent of Izuku's old hair. Momo. Izuku. Izuku. Come on, he said sitting on the couch patting the spot next to him. Momo. I can't, I have work to do. Izuku. I got permission from the boss, now sit, I got you some more energy bars. Momo. Really? Thanks, I feel like I've been working non-stop since I got here. Izuku. Not going to lie, I didn't expect you to rank up this fast. Momo. Yeah, but my quirk is super useful to them, and they are good people, they save a lot of lost souls. Izuku. Yeah, I heard. Momo. Plus they are keeping me safe from All Might, feels weird to say. Izuku. Yeah, you get used to it. Momo. That's a little sad. Izuku. Yeah, Momo. How's the class doing? Izuku. Good, they turned your death into motivation. Momo. That's good, I hope they become good heroes. Izuku. The majority will, there are a few I'm questioning. Momo. Well, I hope you can lead them true. Izuku. I'm not much of a leader. Momo. Well, that could change too. Izuku. Ha, Momo. So what did you really come here for? Izuku puts down the chunk of metal on the table. Izuku. I need you to replicate this mineral. Momo picked it up. Momo. Interesting, I've never seen a ore like this before. Izuku. It's what my sword was made out of. Momo. So you want me to make you a new sword? Izuku. No, just the ore. Momo. Okay, but, can you come visit more often? I don't really know anyone here, and I need more breaks. She giggled. Izuku. Ha, sure. Momo. Made a microscope real quick and started looking at the ore while eating the energy bar. Momo. This is surprisingly complicated, light but durable, it almost looks crystallized. How did you turn this into a sword? Izuku. The normal method. Momo. There must be something I'm missing. She lifted her hand over the table and it started glow in purple. ... Izuku. What's happening? Momo. It's very complicated, it takes a while. Izuku. Is this a bad time to mention I need 3 of them? Momo groaned. Izuku. Sorry, had an idea for a side weapon. Momo. I'm gonna need more food. Izuku. What do you want? Momo. I don't know, something fattening, and more energy bars. Izuku. Sure. He stands up and walks to the door. Momo. Thanks. Izuku. No problem. He leaves with that. Edward. Mr. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Izuku. Just needed to borrow your crafting table, going to get fuel now. Edward. Very well, but I have a request for you before you go, so come see me when you're done. Izuku. Sure, Ed, you got on office. Or should I go to Nickel for you? Edward. I have on office, I'll send for you. He walks away and Izuku continues back to the elevator. He leaves the facility to go get the food. He walks down to a local fast food joint. Ordering a large meal, he takes it and leaves. Continuing back to the base, he runs into no other than Ochako. Uraraka. Oh, Midoriya, you left school yesterday, are you okay? Izuku. Oh, I'm fine, just had something important to do. Uraraka. Is it getting a new sword? Izuku. Exactly. Uraraka. Did you get the medal? Izuku. Yeah, something like that. Ochako. What's with the food? Izuku. What a guy can't eat. Ochako. Oh no, I didn't mean like that, it's just a lot. Izuku. Yeah, I am hungry. Ochako. Oh, okay then. Izuku walks past her. Ochako. Well, good luck. Izuku. Yeah, thanks. He walks away. Ochako. I wish he'd notice me a little more. She sighed and continued on her way. Izuku makes his way back to Momo. Momo was halfway through the second bar looking a little skinny. Izuku. Damn, you good. Momo. Food. She grabs the bag and immediately starts eating. Izuku. You can have my share. he said half sarcastically, but Momo ignored it and continuing eating. The second bar was finished. Momo laid back on the couch. Momo. This stuff sucks. Izuku. It better not, I need this stuff. Momo. No, I mean it's super, whatever. Izuku. I wonder where my master got this stuff. He said, picking up a bar. Momo. I don't know, but it is some frickin' ore. Izuku. Yeah, Momo. Okay, let's get this last one done. Izuku gives her some more energy bars. Momo. Thanks. He hands start glowing again. Izuku. So what can you tell me about the ore? Momo. Well, it's very well put together, light but strong. Izuku. Nice. Momo. So why do you want 3 bars? Izuku. I have an idea for 2 weapons that could help me. Momo. Won't it be hard to use 3 weapons at once? Izuku. I won't use them at once, most likely. Momo. What kind of weapon? Izuku. Something I saw from an old game. Momo. I'm making this for a video game weapon. She said, staring with a blank face. Izuku. Have a little trust. Momo. Sure, she said a little sarcastically. Momo. Do you have somewhere to make these weapons? Izuku. Yeah, I was able to rent out a spot outside of town. Assholes were not cheap. Momo. I bet, not many people make swords since quirks became a thing. Izuku. Yeah, and the ones that exist aren't very good, kept breaking when I used them. Momo. Interesting. The last bar hits the table. Momo. Done. Izuku thanks Momo. Momo. No problem, just remember your promise. Izuku. Of course, I'll visit when I'm free, now I've got some weapons to make. Momo. Good luck in the sports festival, I'll be watching from here. Izuku. Thanks. He takes the medal and puts it in his pocket and then leaves the room. Rondo. Sir. Izuku jumped slightly. Rondo. Edward wants to see you. Izuku. Right, lead the way. Izuku followed him up some stairs and down a hall. The guy gestured to a room and Izuku entered. Edward. Mr. Midoriya, I have a mission for you. Izuku. Okay, what's up? Edward. I have intel that the sports festival is under threat of attack. Izuku. Want me to deal with them? Edward. Not exactly, we don't really know who is attacking, so what you're gonna do is show off for us. Izuku. Scare them off. Edward. Essentially, but be prepared for anything. Izuku. Thanks, Edward. And good luck with your new weapons. Izuku. Thanks. He left the facility and made his way through town and eventually made it to an old warehouse. He sighs and walks inside only for a grumpy middle-aged fat guy to greet him. Guy. You're late. Izuku. Sorry, took longer than expected. Guy. No excuses, I'm charging you extra for wasting my time. Izuku sighed. Whatever, I just need to get this done before the sports festival. Guy. Whatever you say, kid, a sword doesn't make you no hero, you need a good quirk. Izuku got a little angry at that comment. Izuku. A quirk isn't everything. Guy. Please, if you didn't have a quirk you'd just die, quirkless people are just useless. Izuku punched the guy in the face, knocking him out instantly. Izuku took a second to calm down. Izuku. Aw shit. Izuku dragged the guy to an office within the warehouse and put him down on the couch. Izuku. Man, I already paid to be here. He left the office and looked around. Izuku. Man, industrial stuff looks complicated. He looked at a small machine with a single hole in the end attached to an propane tank. Izuku. I guess this is the forge. Izuku spent the rest of the day and night making his weapons. The guy woke up confused halfway through and Izuku played it off that he just fell asleep. He didn't notice the bruising on the side of his head. It was daybreak and the weapons were finished. Izuku took all 3, putting his sword on his hip and the other 2 on his back covered by a cloth. Izuku. Well, let's go put on a good show. Izuku was a little late, so he decided to go directly to the arena. He was thankfully let in and was able to go directly to the 1A waiting room. He opened the door to the room, catching the attention of everyone inside. Asumi. Midoriya, you made it. Bakugo. And here I thought he chickened out. Ochako. And you got a new sword. Izuku. Yeah, I was running a little late, and yeah, I do. He turned his hip to show a deep green sword with a golden hilt and tips that were all designed with fancy swirls and lines. Had a picture I drew, but technology sucks and I can't get it. If I figure it out, I'll post it in the next chapter. Denki. That's cool and all, but is it gonna blow up on you? Kirishima. Or melt. Mina. Or crumble. Izuku. Nope, it should. Todoroki. What is on your back? Izuku. A surprise. Intercom. Class 1A, make your way to the arena entrance and prepare to be called. Iida. It's time, everyone. Please move in an orderly fashion. But no one really paid attention. They all waited in one off the tunnel leading into the main stage, also known as the arena. Midnight. They fended off villains. They're the strongest around, breaking the walls into your heart. Class 1A. The class walks out as the crowd cheers for them. They were the first out, so they had to wait for every other first year to enter. When everyone arrived, midnight started. Midnight. Welcome to the annual sports festival. The crowd cheered. Midnight. Now, as some of you may know, the sports festival has 3 parts. 2 random events and the last is a tournament to decide the winner. The crowd continues to cheer. Midnight. This wheel will help decide the fate of our contestants. She rolls the wheel she was standing near. It slowly comes to a stop. Midnight. And our first part is gonna be an obstacle race. Once more the crowd cheers. Midnight. Contestants, please line up in that tunnel and wait for it to start. The students did so and crowded themselves into the small confined area. Izuku made sure he was up against the wall so no one would touch his sword, and less people in the way. Izuku looked around a little and noticed Todoroki with a focused look on his face, but what was harder to notice was the tiny bit of frost making its way up his cheek. Izuku knew his plan and readied himself for it. A loud buzzer sounded off. Izuku jumped up, standing on the shoulders of 2 random students as the ground froze. Izuku quickly passed the situation and noticed most of 1A had dodged the attack too. Izuku ran across students' heads, making it out of the tunnel. Only a few was actually escaped the tunnel as fast as he did, with Todoroki in the lead. But Izuku was a much faster runner compared. Todoroki noticed this and tried to block him with ice pillars. Izuku pulled his sword out as a bright green light came from it. He slashed the pillars, leaving them burning with green flames as he maneuvered around and over them. Izuku seized his blade and gained the lead. Commentator Mike. Wow folks, looks like Izuku Midoriya has taken the lead from Shoto Todoroki. I guess fire beats ice. Izuku could hear the growl that came from Todoroki. And that's when they came upon the first obstacle. 0 pointers. Izuku grabbed the hilt of his sword, reading an attack, but before he launched Asumi glue by weaving her way through the legs of the robots. Izuku smirked as he ran through, jumping of the legs of the robots and cutting specific parts of each one. Commentator Mike. And Asumi Yagi steals first place, but it looks like she can't fly forever. Izuku and Asumi were running with Izuku only slightly behind her. Todoroki comes through the 0 pointers with their feet frozen behind him. But they were soon blown up by Bakugo, who was catching up. Izuku and Asumi were running at the same speed. Even when they reached the second obstacle, they both launched across the chasm and across each pillar. But more students were catching up, especially Bakugo and Todoroki. Izuku stopped on the last pillar. He twisted around, unsheathing his sword, and cut most of the pillars behind him. This slowly everyone but Bakugo down, who started flying overhead. Izuku quickly went back to running. Commentator Mike. A stunning performance from Izuku Midoriya, who has sabotaged the second obstacle. Only the best of the best will get through now. Izuku. Man, if they weren't able to fly, I'd be in first. With Bakugo using his explosives to propel him forward and Asumi running at top speed, they all reached the final obstacle at once. Bakugo tried flying over but was immediately pelted with bean bags from every angle, landing on mine, which sent him flying backwards. Izuku could tell Asumi was getting tired, probably from flying. They were carefully making their way through the minefield. But the other students caught up eventually. And Todoroki wasted no time freezing the mines under him to run forward. Izuku saw this and just started running. The mines were non-lethal to Izuku, just kinda brushed off everyone he hit. Asumi didn't wanna lose, so she used telekinesis to throw extra at him while she also ran forward. Commentator Mike. Things are getting heated at the final stage as everyone is fighting for first place. Midoriya is taking a lot of hits, but that isn't stopping him from tanking it, and Yagi is making her way forward with Todoroki close behind. Asumi throws a single mine at Todoroki, causing him to fall back and set off mines even with the ice in between. But with this distraction, Izuku hand made his way out of the minefield. Asumi saw this and jumped up, flying forward. Bean bags were shot at her, but she fought them and redirected them at Izuku, trying to slow him down. But the finish line was in sight. Commentator Mike. It's gonna be close. Yagi and Midoriya, who's it gonna be? The buzzer went off as Izuku and Asumi passed through the finish line. Midnight. Looks like we have our first place winner. Who won, Mike? The crowd cheers as Asumi and Izuku catch their breath. Todoroki was next to enter along with a few other students. Commentator Mike. Looks like, for the first time in a long time, we have a tie between Midoriya and Yagi. The crowd cheers. Midnight. That makes second place go to Shoto Todoroki. The crowd continues to cheer. Asumi. A tie, huh? Izuku. Looks like, wonder what that means for the next round. Asumi. Who knows, I hope we get a little break before then. Bakugo was next to enter, followed my other students. Once the 44 eligible students made it into the arena, the door closed, forcing the rest to return to their seats. Midnight. Welcome to the second round of the sports festival. She spun the wheel again. Midnight. And our next contest is the cavalry battle. You must gather into groups of 4. Each student will be given points based on the position they got on the race, with first place having 1,000,000 points. The crowd cheers. Izuku. So it's an automatic win. Asumi. Only if you can keep it fro the entire time. Izuku. Oh, I'll be keeping it the whole time. Midnight. Now since we have a draw, one of two things can happen. You can work together as part of a team, or one of you can concede. Asumi and Izuku looked at each other briefly. Izuku. Well, work together. Midnight. A powerhouse couple on the same side. Good luck everyone, you have 15 minutes to find your teams. Izuku. Did she call us a couple? He said with a slight blush. Asumi was blushing considerably more. Asumi. Yep. Izuku. Better find a team then. Asumi. Alright, Bakugo. She called out. Bakugo. Fuck you, I'm not being on a team with him. Izuku. Like I want a loser like you on my team. Bakugo. The fuck you say? Asumi. Guys please. Bakugo. You know how powerful we are, and I know how much you like the number 1 spot. Bakugo huffed. Izuku. Come on baby. Bakugo. Fuck you, I'll show you. He stormed off towards Kirishima. Asumi. Really? Izuku. What, we don't need him. Asumi. He would have been useful. Izuku. A top is only as useful as well as it works, he wouldn't listen to us. Ochako. Hey guys. Asumi, what do you want? She said with a tone. Ochako. Well, you need teammates, right? Izuku. You want to join us? Ochako. Yeah, she said with a bubbly tone. Ochako. You guys are super strong. Izuku, you could make carrying her easier. Asumi. Hey. Izuku. Okay, I got a plan, we just need a 4th person. May. Hey number 1 squad. They look over to see a girl with pink dreadlocks coming their way. May. Let me join your team. I wanna show off my babies and everyone will be focused on you. Asumi. Izuku. No, group. What, Izuku? Sorry for what I already have planned, you gadgets would get in the way more than help us. May. But what if it's just little things, I at least need to get to the final stage. Ochako. What do you have? May lit up. May. I got toned of stuff. Jetpacks, rocket boots, armor, weapons. Izuku thought for a moment and then looked at Ochako, then back to May. Izuku. Okay, I got a plan. Asumi. Better be good cause we're out of time. Izuku. Should be. May, you're in. We're gonna need as many thrusters as you can strap onto us. May. Yes. Ochako. So what's you plan? Izuku. Something big. Midnight. Okay everyone, into positions. Midnight. Is everyone ready? The crowd cheers and the teams readied up. Izuku's team consists of Asumi on top, Izuku in front, and Ochako and Mei in the back. Midnight cracks her whip as a buzzer goes of signaling the start of the cavalry battle. Izuku drew his sword, producing a large amount of fire as all the teams charged them. Izuku. Ready. Asumi. Ready. Izuku. Now. Asumi grabbed the fire Izuku made with her telekinesis and sent different parts out like meteors. They crashed to the ground, dissuading teams from approaching. Mei. We have a team coming from the west. Asumi looks over to see Bakugo's team charging them. She sent fire directly to them, but Bakugo blew up the fireball. Izuku. Ochako. Mei. Get ready. Ochako. Ready. Mei. Tell me when. Asumi sent more fireballs out, trying to slow them down. Asumi. Now. Before Team Bakugo could reach them, they shot up into the air, flying with Mei's gadgets and Ochako 0G. Commentator Mike. A lot of action right of the bat, with Team Yagi sending out green fireballs to anyone who dares come near them, and now they are flying. Whose team is willing to challenge them? Bakugo. You losers can't get away from me that easily. Izuku. Here he comes. Bakugo had left his team in order to fly after them. Asumi pushed him away with telekinesis, but he was relentless. Mei. Time's up, Izuku. Okay, find us a spot to land. Izuku took swings at Bakugo with his sword, but he just dodged. Ochako. There, Mei. We're landing. Asumi. Izuku, give me some fire. I want Bakugo off of us before we get there. Izuku creates a wall of fire between them and Bakugo, and Asumi uses her telekinesis to push out parts, sending a ton of fireballs towards him and everyone behind him. The landed Ochako. Todoroki is coming. Asumi. Izuku, let's give him more fire than he can handle. Izuku. On it, he held his sword straight out. Izuku. Spin to my left. They did so, and a beam of fire came from Izuku's sword, cutting the ground and leaving a wall of fire between them and Todoroki team. Asumi housed this to set a barrage of smaller fireballs at them, causing them to dodge or defend with ice pillars. Izuku. Bakugo's team is coming back too. Asumi. Todoroki is still coming. Ochako. We got another team coming up on the left. Mei. My babies are not ready yet. Izuku. Ochako, hold Asumi. Asumi leans back on Ochako and Mei, and Izuku separates from them. Izuku turns around, grabbing Ochako and Mei, and throws them into the air. He unsheathes his sword and spins around, making a ring of fire to go out in every direction, hitting all the teams that were attacking. Izuku positioned himself to catch the slow falling team, and they were connected again. Mei. Nice job, muscles. Asumi. We have some time now, let's get some distance. She said, pointing towards an open area of the field. Commentator Mike. Team Yagi is holding up well. No team has come close yet, but there is still half the battle left. Ochako, we're clear on this side. Mei. Got nothing on mine either, this is boring. Asumi. Yeah, just stay focused. Izuku. Are the trustees ready yet? Mei. Yeah, Ochako. Just tell us when. Asumi. Okay, let's rest a little. Izuku. Looks like most of them have decided it more worth it to fight others than go for us. Ochako. So the scare tactic worked. Asumi. So far, but keep a lookout. Mei. My babies are barely getting any action. Asumi. Well, your babies are helping us get first place, be grateful. Ochako. Hey, calm down, Mei. My babies have saved our butts, you're lucky to have me. Asumi. Oh please, Ochako. Yeah, we could have done this with anyone else. Izuku. Hey. Shut up. Isu. Mei. Sorry, Izuku. We've been working well together, and we only have a short while left, so keep it together until then. Ochako. Heads up. Looks like Bakugo isn't done with us yet. Asumi. Get ready to fly and wait for the signal. Izuku sent a wave of fire at them, but it was mostly tanked by Kirishima in the front. Bakugo readied his hands for explosions, but Kirishima tripped, halting the whole team and almost made them lose if Bakugo wasn't able to fly. He kept going, but Asumi held him in place for Izuku, who slashed him, knocking him back and cutting and burning his chest. Luckily for him, he was caught by his team in time, but while they were distracted, the ground they were on turned into ice. Mei. Crap, ice boy. Asumi. Let's fly. Ochako. Out legs are frozen. Todoroki was closing in Izuku. Got it? He lifted his sword up in the air, releasing a small amount of fire. Bus suddenly they were in the middle of a fire tornado that made everyone in the stadium sweat. And burned Todoroki and Bakugo's teams who got to close. But their own team was fine. Ochako. Wow Mew, it's Asumi. Beautiful Izuku. Hey, let's take off Mei, right? They fly up the tornado. Commentator Mike. An outstanding move, my team. Yagi, the ultimate defense and a stunning performance. The tornado released and the team was well away from anyone else. Izuku. Don't count on that happening again, he said, clearly tired. Asumi. If that doesn't scare them off, nothing will. Mei. Landing the land on another empty part of the arena. Izuku struggled for a second. Izuku. That took more out of me than I thought. Asumi. Well, no one is coming after us now. Ochako. Even Bakugo seems dismayed. Asumi. He'll be extra mad for the final part. Mei. Hey, we only got a minute left. Asumi. And we got all of our points intact. Izuku. Good job, team. Commentator Mike. Well folks, that concludes the two-part of the sports festival, with our winners being Team Yagi. The crowd cheered loudly. Asumi. Guess that's that, Mei. Hooray, can we put you down now? Asumi. Yeah, the team dissembled. Mei. Well, thanks for the help. She walks away. Commentator Mike. There will be a half-hour break, and then we will move on to the tournament. If you are hurt, see Recovery Girl, and if you no longer want to participate, now will be your only chance to get out. Izuku. Well, say you guys in the finals, I'm gonna go find our seats and take a power nap. Asumi. Okay Izuku. Ochako. Bye. Izuku walks off and Asumi and Ochako are last together. Asumi. Do you like Izuku? Ochako. What? Asumi. You just seem to stare. Ochako. Well, what about you? Asumi. Me, Ochako. Yeah, you call him by his first name, and you stare too. Asumi. Oh, of course I don't, that would be wrong. She said the last part a little quitter. Ochako. Well, I don't, I just think that he's kinda cool. She said slowly, getting quitter. They both look back to each other. Asumi. Well, gotta go. She speed walked away. Ochako. Oh my god, I like him, and I'm gonna have to fight for him. Asumi walked into a tunnel away from everyone else to catch her breath. All Might. Good job, Asumi. Asumi jumped. Asumi. Dad. What are why you doing here? All Might. I came to congratulate you on getting first place on the first half, even if you had to share it with that Midoriya kid. He looked irritated. Asumi. Why, yeah, he's pretty strong. All Might. Indeed, but I trained you hard and this is where you can prove yourself, so you better get first place. He placed his hand on her shoulder, making her flinch slightly. All Might. No holding back, he walked past her. Asumi. Right, to be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.